How people treat you is their karma, how you react is yours. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Go for it now. The future is promised to no one. When you judge another, you do not define them, you define yourself. The highest form of ignorance is when you reject something you don't know anything about. Real magic in relationships means an absence of judgment of others. Conflict cannot survive without your participation. When you dance, your purpose is not to get to a certain place on the floor. It's to enjoy each step along the way. Be miserable. Or motivate yourself. Whatever has to be done, it's always your choice. With everything that has happened to you, you can either feel sorry for yourself or treat what has happened as a gift. Everything is either an opportunity to grow or an obstacle to keep you from growing. You get to choose. Everything you need you already have. You are complete right now, you are a whole, total person, not an apprentice person on the way to someplace else. People who want the most approval get the least, and people who need approval the least get the most. Miracles come in moments. Be ready and willing. I think, and that is all that I am. A mind at peace, a mind centered and not focused on harming others, is stronger than any physical force in the universe. The last suit that you wear, you don't need any pockets. I cannot always control what goes on outside, but I can always control what goes on inside. You cannot always control what goes on outside, but you can always control what goes on inside. Our lives are a sum total of the choices we have made. Anything you really want, you can attain, if you really go after it. Begin to see yourself as a soul with a body rather than a body with a soul. You are important enough to ask, and you are blessed enough to receive back. Stop acting as if life is a rehearsal. Live this day as if it were your last. The past is over and gone. The future is not guaranteed. There is no scarcity of opportunity to make a living at what you love, there's only scarcity of resolve to make it happen. Simply put, you believe that things or people make you unhappy, but this is not accurate. You make yourself unhappy. It makes no sense to worry about things you have no control over because there's nothing you can do about them, and why worry about things you do control? The activity of worrying keeps you immobilized. You are doomed to make choices. This is life's greatest paradox. Successful people make money. It's not that people who make money become successful, but that successful people attract money. They bring success to what they do. Self-worth comes from one thing, thinking that you are worthy. Everything in the universe has a purpose. Indeed, the invisible intelligence that flows through everything in a purposeful fashion is also flowing through you. The components of anxiety, stress, fear, and anger do not exist independently of you in the world. They simply do not exist in the physical world, even though we talk about them as if they do. There's nothing wrong with anger provided you use it constructively. Love is the ability and willingness to allow those that you care for to be what they choose for themselves without any insistence that they satisfy you. What we think determines what happens to us, so if we want to change our lives, we need to stretch our minds. Your children will see what you're all about by what you live rather than what you say. You cannot be lonely if you like the person you're alone with. Loving people live in a loving world. Hostile people live in a hostile world. Same world. Maxim for life: you get treated in life the way you teach people to treat you. Deficiency motivation doesn't work. It will lead to a lifelong pursuit of try to fix me. Learn to appreciate what you have and where and who you are. Live one day at a time, emphasizing ethics rather than rules. Abundance is not something we acquire. It is something we tune into. It is impossible for you to be angry and laugh at the same time. Anger and laughter are mutually exclusive, and you have the power to choose either. Doing what you love is the cornerstone of having abundance in your life. Judgments prevent us from seeing the good that lies beyond appearances. We are divine enough to ask, and we are important enough to receive. When I chased after money, I never had enough. When I got my life on purpose and focused on giving of myself and everything that arrived into my life, then I was prosperous. You leave old habits behind by starting out with the thought, I release the need for this in my life. You can't choose upsides on a round world. If you are living out of a sense of obligation, you are a slave. You can never get enough of what you don't want. Everything is perfect in the universe, even your desire to improve it. Everything you are against weakens you. Everything you are for empowers you. There is no way to prosperity. Prosperity is the way. Self-actualized people are independent of the good opinion of others. Present moment living, getting in touch with your now, is at the heart of effective living. When you think about it, there really is no other moment you can live. Now is all there is, and the future is just another present moment to live when it arrives. One thing is certain, you cannot live it until it does appear. When you squeeze an orange, orange juice comes out, because that's what's inside. When you are squeezed, what comes out is what is inside. Be a good listener. It makes the person who's speaking to you feel loved, cared for, and worthy of being heard. There's no scarcity of opportunity to make a living at what you love. There is only a scarcity of resolve to make it happen. The state of your life is nothing more than a reflection of your state of mind. As you think, so shall you be. Since you cannot physically experience another person, you can only experience them in your mind. Conclusion: all of the other people in your life are simply thoughts in your mind. Not physical beings to you, but thoughts. Your relationships are all in how you think about the other people of your life. Your experience of all those people is only in your mind. Your feelings about your lovers come from your thoughts. For example, they may in fact behave in ways that you find offensive. However, your relationship to them when they behave offensively is not determined by their behavior. It is determined only by how you choose to relate to that behavior. Their actions are theirs, you cannot own them, you cannot be them, you can only process them in your mind. The fact that you are willing to say, "I do not understand," and it is fine, is the greatest understanding you could exhibit. If I could define enlightenment briefly, I would say it is the quiet acceptance of what is. I think that the only choice that we have in life is whether we align ourselves with God or not. I think everything else is all taken care of for us. You know, if you choose to align with your source, with your spirit, then your life will go in a certain direction. If you choose to align yourself with your ego, and your false self, and the belief that who you are is what you accomplish and what other people think of you and what you accumulate, if you just go that route, the outer route, if you will, the outer path, your life will go in a different direction. Your body has natural healing capacities that nobody in the field of medicine can pretend ultimately to understand. Loving others starts with loving myself. The way to establish a relationship with spirit and access the power of this creating principle is to continuously contemplate yourself as being surrounded by the conditions you wish to produce. Examine the labels you apply to yourself. Every label is a boundary or limit you will not let yourself cross. Your teacher might be a child who takes you by the hand and asks you a question that you hadn't considered before, and your answer to the child is your answer to yourself. In any relationship in which two people become one, the end result is two half people. Amidst the rush of worldly comings and goings, I observe how all endings become beginnings. Beautiful thoughts build a beautiful soul. There's always something beautiful to be experienced wherever you are. Your will is the ego part of you that believes you're separate from others, separate from what you'd like to accomplish or have, and separate from God. It also believes that you are your acquisitions, achievements, and accolades. This ego will want you to constantly acquire evidence of your importance. On the other hand, your imagination is the concept of spirit within you. With imagination, we have the power to be anything we desire to be. People who feel empowered by your presence become kindred spirits. I will see it when I believe it. The more I give myself permission to live in the moment and enjoy it without feeling guilty or judgmental about any other time, the better I feel about the quality of my work. There is a voice in the universe urging us to remember our purpose for being on this great earth. This is the voice of inspiration, which is within each and every one of us. As you think, so shall you be. Your physical self is inspired by a divine force that beats its heart, digests its food and grows its fingernails, and this same force is receptive to endlessly abundant health. One of the most responsible things you can do as an adult is to become more of a child. Upon awakening, let the words "thank you" flow from your lips, for this will remind you to begin your day with gratitude and compassion. We can only give away to others what we have inside ourselves. Do not abandon trust when your ego thinks things should be different than they are. The essence of greatness is the ability to choose personal fulfillment in circumstances where others choose madness. Society demands conformity at the expense of individual liberty. Let us be for once a nonconformist to be fully alive. It is a simple procedure to calculate the number of seeds in an apple. But who among us can ever say how many apples are in a seed? A belief system is nothing more than a thought you've thought over and over again. Did you ever notice how difficult it is to argue with someone who is not obsessed with being right? All blame is a waste of time. No matter how much fault you find with another, it will not change you. All of us have the capacity to attract to ourselves what seems to be missing in our lives. My beliefs are that the truth is a truth until you organize it, and then it becomes a lie. I don't think that Jesus was teaching Christianity. Jesus was teaching kindness, love, concern, and peace. What I tell people is don't be Christian, be Christ-like. Don't be Buddhist, be Buddha-like. Learn to be comfortable with the concept of infinity, and see yourself as an infinite being. Heaven is a state of mind, not a location. Each experience in your life was absolutely necessary in order to have gotten you to the next place, and the next place, up to this very moment. As I look back at the entire tapestry of my life, I can see from the perspective of the present moment that every aspect of my life was necessary and perfect. Each step eventually led to a higher place, even though these steps often felt like obstacles or painful experiences. Money, like health, love, happiness, and all forms of success that you want to create for yourself, is the result of living purposefully. It is not a goal unto itself. Failure does not exist. Failure is simply someone else's opinion of how a certain act should have been completed. Once you believe that no act must be performed in any specific other directed way, then failing becomes impossible. I can't conceive of thinking that I'm too old to do what I love. Too often we jump to the conclusion that something is impossible simply because we cannot see the solution. No one knows enough to be a pessimist. By banishing doubt and trusting your intuitive feelings, you clear a space for the power of intention to flow through. Anonymously perform acts of kindness, expecting nothing in return, not even a thank you. The universal all-creating spirit responds to acts of kindness with the response, "How may I be kind to you?" You are an infinite spiritual being having a temporary human experience. But when you get to a higher level of consciousness, when you get into a spiritual approach to life, you are not trying to get someplace else. Forgive yourself and welcome love back into your life. Not one tiny slice of that guilt will do anything to change a single thing in the past. It is easy to love people when they smell good, but sometimes they slip into the manure of life and smell awful. You must love them just as much when they smell foul. Don't pole vault over mouse truds. By the time you've discussed the many options available to you, the problem itself could have been long behind you had you simply disposed of those rodent droppings with a simple tissue and dumped them into the garbage. Look upon every experience you've ever had as having been sent to you for your benefit. Most people are searching for happiness. They're looking for it. They're trying to find it in someone or something outside of themselves. That's a fundamental mistake. Happiness is something that you are, and it comes from the way you think. Realize how little you need in order to be satisfied and at peace. Infinite patience produces immediate results. One individual who lives and vibrates to the energy of pure love and reverence for all of life will counterbalance the negativity of 750,000 individuals who calibrate at the lower weakening levels. To successfully open the door to heightened awareness, we must open it inward. The opposite of courage is not so much fear as it is conformity. If you've ever felt inspired by a purpose or calling, you know the feeling of spirit working through you. To sit in judgment of those things which you perceive to be wrong or imperfect is to be one more person who is part of judgment, evil or imperfection. Try viewing everyone who comes into your life as a teacher. Our intentions create our reality. Gratitude is a sacred space where you allow and know that a force greater than your ego is always at work and always available. In this universe, which was created by a divine organizing intelligence, there are simply no accidents. In interactions with others, instead of trying to be right, why don't we try being kind? Accept the fact that you'll never get it all done, and begin to live more fully in the only moment you have, now. Be content. Know that whatever comes along, you can handle it and grow from it. It is better to be kind than right. Conflict is a violation of harmony. If you participate in it, you're part of the problem, not the solution. We put labels on people and fight wars over them. If we truly want harmony, we have to get past the labels. If you choose to lead your life just like everyone else, then what exactly is it that you have to offer? I will attract into my life what I am, not what I want. Friends are God's way of apologizing for your family. As William Penn put it, those people who are not governed by God will be ruled by tyrants. Remember that those tyrants are often self-imposed roadblocks of your lower self at work. If you knew who walked beside you at all times, on the path that you have chosen, you could never experience fear or doubt again. No one knows enough to be a pessimist. Judgment means that you view the world as you are, rather than as it is. If all people are unique, and if they are constantly changing each and every day, then all one can say about any social research finding is that it applied to that group of people on that given day. And given the propensity of humans to be different and to change, then it is unlikely that one would get the same results if one were to repeat the study. Know that no one is capable of making you upset without your consent. When you're at peace with your life and in a state of tranquility, you actually send out a vibration of energy that impacts all living creatures, including plants, animals and even babies. Don't let the elusive present moment get used up by thoughts that aren't in the here now. You can set yourself up to be sick, or you can choose to stay well. Intention is not something you do, but rather a force that exists in the universe as an invisible field of energy, a power that can carry us. If you're going to change a habit, you must be the treatment. The problem is that we have allowed our egos, the part of us which believes that we are separate from God and separate from each other, to dominate our lives. If I could define enlightenment briefly, I would say it is the quiet acceptance of what is. Give love and unconditional acceptance to those you encounter, and notice what happens. For the spiritual being, intuition is far more than a hunch. It is viewed as guidance or as God talking, and this inner insight is never taken lightly or ignored. Prosperity in the form of wealth works exactly the same as everything else. You will see it coming into your life when you are unattached to needing it. Expressing gratitude for the miracles in your world is one of the best ways to make each moment of your life a special one. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your loved ones. You have everything you need for complete peace and total happiness right now. The law of attraction is this: you don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. I say no to doubt and yes to life. The antidote to fear is faith. The soul is the birthless, deathless, changeless part of us, the part of us that looks out from behind our eyes and has no form. We believe that God is like a giant vending machine in the sky. We put in our requests in the form of prayers, and then the vending machine dispenses these prayers based upon how well we've followed the rules that someone else has told us are God's rules. If you squeeze an orange, orange juice comes out. Nothing can come out of you that is not in you. If when you are pressured, anger comes out, it is not the fault of the person who pressured. Let go of your ego's need to be right. When you're in the middle of an argument, ask yourself, do I want to be right or be happy? When you choose the joyous, loving, spiritual mode, your connection to intention is strengthened. Love is giving and it has nothing to do with what you receive. There is a universal intelligence that we call God or soul or spirit or consciousness, and it is everywhere and in all things. Feelings of passion, pure bliss, reverence, optimism, trust and illumination indicate that your desire to manifest success and abundance has an extremely strong pulling power from the universal source to you. Life diamond. Job. Family. Society. Sense of self. You can either be a host to God, or a hostage to your ego. You get what you think about whether you want it or not. Love is forgiving and love is forgiving. Choose to be in close proximity to people who are empowering, who appeal to your sense of connection to intention, who see the greatness in you, who feel connected to God, who live a life that gives evidence that spirit has found celebration through them. Give yourself the gift of nature as often as you can. Stop using sentences in your material world that reflect what it is you do not want to be. Meditation gives you an opportunity to come to know your invisible self. It allows you to empty yourself of the endless hyperactivity of your mind, and to attain calmness. It teaches you to be peaceful, to remove stress, to receive answers where confusion previously reigned. Motivation means we have an idea and we are going to carry through on that idea. We work hard at it, and we are disciplined. The difference between highly functioning people and people who live with ordinary levels of consciousness is that the self-actualizers never put their intention on what they don't want. They know that what you think about is what expands. The use of mental imagery is one of the strongest and most effective strategies for making something happen for you. Softly and kindly remind yourself, I cannot own anything. It is a valuable thought to keep in mind as you struggle to improve your financial picture, worry about investments, and plan how to acquire more and more. It is a universal principle which you are part of. You must release everything when you truly awaken. Are you letting your life go by in frustration and worry over not having enough? If so, relax and remember that you only get what you have for a short period of time. When you awaken, you will see the folly of being attached to anything. Most people tell themselves these excuses: I've always been this way, this is my nature, I can't help it, that are just memes. They're belief systems that keep you from being able to become all that you are intended to become. They're impediments to reaching God realization, or Tao-centeredness. People lose track of their purpose, because they are so back there, living in their past. Byron Katie speaks about this. Who would you be without your story? Carlos Castaneda used to say, if you don't have a story, you don't have to live up to it. So get rid of your story. Every time we have a thought that's not a thought of kindness towards others, then we've left the field of intention and, therefore, lost the power of the field of intention, as well. The whole idea is to connect yourself back to this field from which all things emanate, to return to your source and watch it in every thought that you have. This is called synchronicity, a state in which you almost feel as if you are in a collaborative arrangement with fate. You create your thoughts create your intentions, and your intentions create your reality. In order to experience real magic, it is necessary to make a dramatic shift from outcome to purpose. The willingness to listen and act on your inspiration is imperative if you're going to live the life you desire. Your higher self is always nudging you toward a resolution of the conflicts that you experience in your life, so that you will have room for serenity and harmony. If you are what you do, then when you don't, you aren't. When you live on a round planet, there's no choosing sides. I do what I love, and I love what I do. I think we all were intended out of a field of energy called love, so you must be love in order to intend. You can't discover light by analyzing the dark. The part of you that is real, that is authentic, was never born and never dies. It is infinite. See yourself as an infinite being. Live purely in the moment on a rampage of appreciation. Living the life you were destined to live. I have found that people who have a passion or a strong will for what they want to achieve, and who do not allow others to smear or sully their inner pictures of what they want to manifest, always seem to get what they desire in their lives. Blame is a neat little device that you can use whenever you don't want to take responsibility for something in your life. Use it and you will avoid all risks and impede your own growth. Feeling unworthy is like putting a huge obstacle into the God force, into the life force which is everywhere. Once you begin the journey toward a life of purpose, you enter the realm of real magic. We send our kids off to school to major in labeling and think the ones who do it best deserve the highest grades. Hit the delete button every time fear appears. Our beliefs are the invisible ingredients in all our activities. An inner knowing, along with a burning desire, is the prerequisite for becoming a person capable of manifesting his or her heart's desires. Discarding doubt is a decision to reconnect to your original self. The purpose of dancing isn't to end up at a particular spot on the floor. The purpose of dancing and of life is to enjoy every moment and every step, regardless of where you are when the music ends. You've been provided with a perfect body to house your soul for a few brief moments in eternity. So regardless of its size, shape, color, or any imagined infirmities, you can honor the temple that houses you by eating healthfully, exercising, listening to your body's needs, and treating it with dignity and love. The mere presence of passion within you is all you need to fulfill your dreams. View the events you consider obstacles as perfect opportunities to test your resolve and find your purpose. Your past history and all of your hurts are no longer here in your physical reality. Don't allow them to be here in your mind, muddying your present moments. Your life is like a play with several acts. Some of the characters who enter have short roles to play, others, much longer. But all are necessary, otherwise they wouldn't be in the play. Embrace them all, and move on to the next act. The concept of boredom entails an inability to use up present moments in a personally fulfilling way. Stop giving energy to the things you don't want. We need to learn to process things in a different way. I always think of everything in terms of energy. To me, problems represent living in a world of low energy. When you bring higher energy to the presence of lower energy, it dissolves it, it dissipates it, it can't survive. We can choose to function at a lower level of awareness and simply exist, caring for our possessions, eating, drinking, sleeping and managing in the world as pawns of the elements. Or we can soar to new and higher levels of awareness, allowing ourselves to transcend our environment and literally create a world of our own, a world of real magic. Forgiveness is the most powerful thing you can do for yourself. If you can't learn to forgive, you can forget about achieving true success in your life. Creativity means believing you have greatness. Peace is the result of retraining your mind to process life as it is, rather than as you think it should be. Spend some time observing babies. They don't work, they poop in their pants, and they have no goals other than to expand, grow and explore this amazing world. Be like that baby you once were, in terms of being joyful. Remind yourself that you cannot fail at being yourself. Be sure you are stepping to the music you hear, no matter what other people think. One of the most effective means for transcending ordinary and moving into the realm of extraordinary is saying yes more frequently and eliminating no almost completely. I call it saying yes to life. Say yes to yourself, to your family, your children, your co-workers, and your business. If others hurt you, let the injury go. This is your test. If you let it go, you will find serenity. The qualities of creativity and genius are within you, awaiting your decision to match up with the power of intention. Everything I need now is here. Authentic freedom is actually the freedom of knowing who you are, why you are here, your purpose in life and where you are going when you leave here. Attitude is everything, so pick a good one. Once you believe in yourself and see your soul as divine and precious, you'll automatically be converted to a being who can create miracles. Say to yourself, I'm here on purpose, I can accomplish anything I desire, and I do it by being in harmony with the all-pervading creative force in the universe. If we focus on what's ugly, we attract more ugliness into our thoughts, and then into our emotions, and ultimately into our lives. On your daily journeys, listen to those inner signals that help you make the right choices no matter what anyone thinks. Affirm, I place no limits and no restrictions on all that I intend to accomplish and become from here on in. Embrace silence, since meditation is the only way to truly come to know your source. A true barometer of intelligence is an effective, happy life lived each day and each present moment of the day. You can only give away what you have inside. Become an instrument of love. Invite love to accompany you. 247. Give away love, and it has to come streaming into your life. When you acquire enough inner peace and feel really positive about yourself, it's almost impossible for you to be controlled and manipulated by anybody else. Your imagination creates the inner picture that allows you to participate in the act of creation. Thoughts are mental energy. They're the currency that you have to attract what you desire. You must learn to stop spending that currency on thoughts you don't want. The meaning of life is to get meaning for life. The only difference between a flower and a weed is judgment. There is no greater power in heaven or on earth than pure, unconditional love. The state of your life is nothing more than a reflection of the state of your mind. Choose to be in close proximity to people who are empowering. See the greatness in you. Stop looking for your purpose. Be it. You do not fail in life, you only produce results, and you have the right to learn and grow from any results that you produce. If we are to have magical bodies, we must have magical minds. Remember that your natural state is joy. There's a difference between knowing God and knowing about God. Knowing about God is all of the stuff we've been told and all of the books we've read and all of our religious experiences and what others have told us and tried to convince us of. But knowing God is when we make conscious contact. Know that everything will happen at just the right time, at just the right place, with just the right people. Beautiful thoughts build a beautiful soul. You must become the producer, director, and actor in the unfolding story of your life. Everything that you want to create is already there. Your job is to connect yourself to it. The ego promotes turmoil because it wants to substantiate your separateness from everyone, including God. It will push you in the direction of judgment and comparison, and cause you to insist on being right and best. You know your highest self by listening to the voice that only wants you to be at peace. You can victimize yourself by wallowing around in your own past. Remember this maxim: when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. The way you perceive things is an extremely powerful tool that will allow you to fully bring the power of intention into your life. Your body is the garage where you park your soul. As I unclutter my life, I free myself to answer the callings of my soul. Your children are not your children, they come through you, but they are life itself, wanting to express itself. It's never crowded along the extra mile. Procrastination is one of those excuses, born of fear, that we use to keep ourselves stuck. The greatest gift that you were ever given was the gift of your imagination. Begin with the end in mind. Start with the end outcome and work backwards to make your dream possible. You don't need to be better than anyone else, you just need to be better than you used to be. Put all of your energy attention into visualizing. It's then that doors begin to open for you. The past is a trail you leave behind, much like the wake of a speedboat. That is, it's a vanishing trail temporarily showing you where you were. The wake of a boat doesn't affect its course, obviously it can't, since it appears behind the boat. So consider this image and you exclaim that your past is the reason you aren't moving forward. Then shift to intention. Not what I find missing in my life, but to what I absolutely intend to manifest and attract into my life. Hold on to your vision and make it your reality. Take a few minutes of every day to fantasize about how you would wander, travel, or explore if you could. We become what we think about all day long. The question is, what do you think about? You can't expect to draw people into your life who are kind, confident, and generous if you're thinking and acting in cruel, weak, and selfish ways. You must be what it is that you're seeking, that is, you need to put forth what you want to attract. Here is an affirmation for today. I feel passionately about my life, and this passion fills me with excitement and energy. Wisdom is avoiding all thoughts that weaken you. The fear of not having enough prevents many from seeing that they already are enough. Surround yourself with people who are doers. Act as if everything you desire is already here. Treat yourself as if you already are what you'd like to become. Happiness is something that you are, and it comes from the way you think. The secret to changing your life is in your intentions. Wishing, hoping, and goal setting cannot accomplish change without intention. What is needed is a shift from the inert energy of wanting to the active energy of doing and intention. Appreciate everything and everyone. Look upon every experience you've ever had, and everyone who's ever played any role in your life, as having been sent to you for your benefit. In this universe, which was created by a divine, organizing intelligence, there are simply no accidents. You cannot solve a problem with the mind that created it. First you must change the mind. You get what you think about, whether you want it or not. Commit to thinking about what you want, rather than how impossible or difficult that dream may seem. Rely on yourself, and be true to who you are. What's unique about you is what will take you far. Don't look to others to say you're okay. You know it, so believe it. Show your own self the way. When you stop needing more of everything, more of what you desire seems to arrive in your life. The quickest method for understanding and living your purpose is to ask yourself if you're thinking in loving ways. Behavior is a much better barometer of what you are than words. There is no stress in the world, only people thinking stressful thoughts. Even if your ego doesn't grasp it, this is the truth: everything is on time under heaven's net. When you make the decision to become a being of sharing, and practice keeping your thoughts harmonized with spirit energy on a daily basis, your purpose will not only find you, it will chase after you wherever you go. If you want to accomplish something, you must first expect it of yourself. The more space you allow and encourage within a relationship, the more the relationship will flourish. I am realistic, I expect miracles. When you abandon making choices, you enter the vast world of excuses. Our futures are formed by the thoughts we hold most often. I only allow that which is good into my life. No one can depress you. No one can make you anxious. No one can hurt your feelings. No one can make you anything other than what you allow. Refuse to let an old person move into your body. You practice forgiveness for two reasons: to let others know that you no longer wish to be in a state of hostility with them, and to free yourself from the self-defeating energy of resentment. Send love in some form to those you feel have wronged you, and notice how much better you feel. When we really want to master anything, we must enter into the spirit of it. And when we enter into the spirit of something, what we're really doing is reproducing in ourselves the same qualities that whoever created it had. Self-worth cannot be verified by others. You are worthy because you say it is so. If you depend on others for your value, it is otherworth. Enlightenment is the quiet acceptance of what is. I believe that truly enlightened beings are those who refuse to allow themselves to be distressed over things that simply are the way they are. Fear knocked at the door. Love answered, and no one was there. Our greatest dreams are never out of reach, only out of belief. Problems in relationship occur because each person is concentrating on what is missing in the other person. As you awaken to your divine nature, you'll begin to appreciate beauty in everything you see, touch, and experience. Love is my gift to the world. I fill myself with love, and I send that love out into the world. When you have the choice between being right and being kind, just choose kind. There are only two emotions, fear and love. Go with love. If you think about shortages, you're going to attract more shortage. If you think about what's missing, you're going to attract more of what's missing in your life. You'll see it when you believe it. After a while, we start really believing these things are true. People who have had self-defeating behaviors for a long time, such as people who have been overweight since they were children or people with long-time addictions, actually believe there is no other alternative. Eternity is now. Right now, right here, you're an infinite being. Once you get past the fear of death as an end, you merge with the infinite and feel the comfort and relief that this realization brings. If prayer is you talking to God, then intuition is God talking to you. All of us emanate from a source of well-being. If you do not have well-being in your life, physically or emotionally, then you have to look at what kind of energies, thoughts, and spirituality you have chosen that take you away from your source. You can sit there forever, lamenting about how bad you've been, feeling guilty until you die. And not one tiny slice of that guilt will do anything to change a single thing in the past. Forgive yourself, then move on. Let the world know why you're here, and do it with passion. Choose to see death as simply removing a garment or moving from one room to another. It's merely a transition. Life is an attitude. It's what you choose to believe, always. By referring to previous struggles and using them as reasons for not getting on with your life today, you're assigning responsibility to the past for why you can't be successful or happy in the present. I release all feelings of worry and guilt. Throughout life, the two most futile emotions are guilt for what has been done and worry about what might be done. Look for the blessing in all situations. Freedom means you are unobstructed in living your life as you choose. Anything less is a form of slavery. You must be willing to take whatever pieces of life come your way and arrange them so that they work with and for you rather than against you. The key is to be willing. The willingness to arrange rather than complain or make excuses will pay off. Death is nothing to fear. It is only another dimension. By choosing to hang on to your corner of freedom in even the worst situations, you can process your world with the energy of appreciation and beauty, and create an opportunity to transcend your circumstances. Acting as if you were what you want to become and know you can become is the way to remove self-doubt and enter your real magic kingdom. Being relaxed, at peace with yourself, confident, emotionally neutral, loose, and free-floating, these are the keys to successful performance in almost everything. Radiate an energy of serenity and peace so that you have an uplifting effect on those you come into contact with. Every little obstacle, every fall you have is an opportunity. By being peaceful, quiet, and receptive, you pattern yourself in the image of God, and you regain the power of your source. With our divine connection, we are always in touch with the solutions we are seeking. Send out love and harmony, put your mind and body in a peaceful place, and then allow the universe to work in the perfect way that it knows how. Before speaking, consult your inner truth barometer, and resist the temptation to tell people only what they want to hear. No one can create negativity or stress within you. Only you can do that by virtue of how you process your world. Acceptance means no complaining, and happiness means no complaining about the things over which you can do nothing. Enjoy everything that happens in your life, but never make your happiness or success dependent on an attachment to any person, place, or thing. You'll seldom experience regret for anything that you've done. It is what you haven't done that will torment you. The message, therefore, is clear. Do it. Develop an appreciation for the present moment. Seize every second of your life and savor it. The more we give away, the more is given to us. Simply put, you believer that things or people make you unhappy, but this is not accurate. You make yourself unhappy. Live today. Remove all blame from your vocabulary. Catch yourself when you find yourself using your past history as a reason for your failure to act today, and instead say, I am free now to detach myself from what used to be. Act as if what you intend to manifest in life is already a reality. Eliminate thoughts of conditions, limitations, or the possibility of it not manifesting. If left undisturbed in your mind and in the mind of intention simultaneously, it will germinate in the physical world. In mathematics, two angles that are said to coincide fit together perfectly. The word coincidence does not describe luck or mistakes. It describes that which fits together perfectly. You have a very powerful mind that can make anything happen as long as you keep yourself centered. When you know and feel the miracle that you are, you become certain that nothing is impossible for you. If you meet someone whose soul is not aligned with yours, send them love and move along. Each time you send love in response to hate, you diffuse the hate. Don't die with your music still inside. Cultivate your own garden and let go of your tendency to examine and judge how others cultivate theirs. Catch yourself in moments of gossip about how others ought to be living and rid yourself of thoughts about how they should be doing it this way, or how they have no right to live and think as they do. Stay busy and involved in your own projects and pursuits. Only the insecure strive for security. A woman asked me recently, what are the blocks to my happiness? I said, the belief that you have blocks. I greet every new day with the words, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's the state of mind that directs me, fulfills me, and sends me out into the world with a gift to share. It's a blessing that I have learned over a lifetime, to experience the presence of Spirit in most of my waking moments. It's a feeling of contentment and satisfaction, peace and love. The greatest joy comes from giving and serving, so replace your habit of focusing exclusively on yourself and what's in it for you. When you make the shift to supporting others in your life, without expecting anything in return, you'll think less about what you want and find comfort and joy in the act of giving and serving. You don't need a reason to be happy, your desire to be so is sufficient. Healthy habits are learned in the same way as unhealthy ones, through practice. Make peace with silence, and remind yourself that it is in this space that you'll come to remember your spirit. When you're able to transcend an aversion to silence, you'll also transcend many other miseries. And it is in this silence that the remembrance of God will be activated. Our thoughts are a field of energy cycles, a mind field, and just by our thoughts alone we impact not only ourselves but those around us as well. Not only do you become what you think about, but the world also becomes what you think about. Those who think that the world is a dark place are blind to the light that might illuminate their lives. Those who see the light of the world view the dark spots as merely potential light. The fact that you are willing to say, I do not understand, and it is fine, is the greatest understanding you could exhibit. There is no past. That's another illusion. Everything that has ever happened to you, to me, to anyone in this world, happened in the present moment. That's all there ever is. So your relationship to life isn't your relationship to your past, it's your relationship to the present moment. See the light in others, and treat them as if that is all you see. I am patient and loving with my fearful thoughts. Be patient and loving with every fearful thought. Practice observing your fears as a witness, and you'll see them dissolve. How others treat me is their path, how I react is mine. Happiness is not something that you get in life, happiness is something that you bring in life. Passion is a feeling that tells you, this is the right thing to do. Nothing can stand in my way. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. This feeling is so good that it cannot be ignored. I'm going to follow my bliss and act upon this glorious sensation of joy. Extend some kind of unexpected generosity to someone, preferably a stranger, every single day for 2 weeks. The more you practice being generous, the more you'll impact others in an inspiring way. All blame is a waste of time. No matter how much fault you find with another, and regardless of how much you blame him, it will not change you. The only thing blame does is to keep the focus off you when you are looking for external reasons to explain your unhappiness or frustration. You may succeed in making another feel guilty about something by blaming him, but you won't succeed in changing whatever it is about you that is making you unhappy. I appreciate all that I am and all that I have. Stop focusing on what you do not have, and shift your consciousness to an appreciation for all that you are and all that you do have. I am a human being, not a human doing. Don't equate your self-worth with how well you do things in life. You aren't what you do. If you are what you do, then when you don't, you aren't. A non-doer is very often a critic, that is, someone who sits back and watches doers, and then waxes philosophically about how the doers are doing. It's easy to be a critic, but being a doer requires effort, risk, and change. You are always a valuable, worthwhile human being, not because anybody says so, not because you're successful, not because you make a lot of money, but because you decide to believe it and for no other reason. Peace can be a lens through which you see the world. Be it. Live it. Radiate it out. Peace is an inside job. So many people are expecting a miracle instead of being a miracle. You may succeed in making another feel guilty about something by blaming him, but you won't succeed in changing whatever it is about you that is making you unhappy. Hold no grudges and practice forgiveness. This is the key to having peace in all your relationships. What other people think of me is none of my business. One of the highest places you can get to is being independent of the good opinions of other people. You'll be happy to know that the universal law that created miracles hasn't been repealed. You are a divine creation, a being of light who showed up here as a human being at the exact moment you were supposed to. You are the beloved, a miracle, a part of the eternal perfection. When you squeeze an orange, orange juice comes out, because that's what's inside. When you are squeezed, what comes out is what is inside. Your soul, that inner quiet space, is yours to consult. It will always guide you in the right direction. Don't die with your music, stories, talents, still inside you. Listen to your intuitive inner voice and find what passion stirs your soul. Your reputation is in the hands of others. That's what the reputation is. You can't control that. The only thing you can control is your character. The more you extend kindness to yourself, the more it will become your automatic response to others. There is one grand lie, that we are limited. The only limits we have are the limits we believe. If you blame others for something that happens in your life, then you must wait until they change in order to get better. You are not stuck where you are unless you decide to be. What you see is evidence of what you believe. The measure of your life will not be in what you accumulate, but in what you give away. Be at peace with everyone. No one is capable of making you upset without your consent, so if you begin practicing the intention to be authentic and peaceful with everyone, you connect to peace itself and gain the power to change the energy of your relationships with family and friends. Ego is simply an idea of who you are that you carry around with you. Stop waiting for others to change. Recognize that every person has the right to be whatever they choose even if you irritate yourself about it. Remember that any time you're filled with resentment, you're turning the controls of your emotional life over to others to manipulate. By feeling good throughout the day, you become an instrument of peace. Heaven on earth is a choice you must make, not a place you must find. Be in a state of gratitude for everything that shows up in your life. Be thankful for the storms as well as the smooth sailing. What is the lesson or gift in what you are experiencing right now? Find your joy not in what's missing in your life, but in how you can serve. Being infinitely patient means having an absolute knowing that you're in vibrational harmony with the all-creating force that intended you here. You know that everything will happen at just the right time, at just the right place, with just the right people. Never underestimate your power to change yourself. Never overestimate your power to change others. There is no actual stress or anxiety in the world. Your thoughts create these false beliefs. When you meet anyone, treat the event as a holy encounter. It's through others that we either find or love ourselves. For you see, nothing is accomplished without others. When you eliminate the concept of separation from your thoughts and your behavior, you begin to feel your connection to everything and everyone. If you don't make peace with your past, it will keep showing up in your present. Anonymously perform acts of kindness, expecting nothing in return, not even a thank you. You are what you choose to be today, not what you've chosen to be before. When you're at peace with yourself and love yourself, it is virtually impossible to do things to yourself that are destructive. Perhaps the greatest mistake we can make, which causes loss of self-respect, is making the opinions of others more important than our own opinion of ourselves. You'll find no shortage of opinions directed at you. If you allow them to undermine your self-respect, you're seeking the respect of others over your own, and you're abdicating yourself. Keep doing what you love to the best of your ability. Stop judging and get out of your own way. Failure is a judgment, an opinion. It stems from your fears, which can be eliminated by love for yourself, love for what you do, love for others, and love for your planet. Research has shown that a simple act of kindness directed toward another improves the functioning of the immune system and stimulates the production of serotonin in both the recipient of the kindness and the person extending the kindness. Kindness extended, received or observed beneficially impacts the physical health and feelings of everyone involved. Be gentle and forgiving with yourself, abandon any and all shame, and refuse to engage in any self-repudiation. Self-esteem comes from the self, not from acquisitions and approval. Good morning, this is God. I will be handling all of your problems today. I will not need your help, so have a miraculous day. The more you see yourself as what you'd like to become, and act as if what you want is already there, the more you'll activate those dormant forces that will collaborate to transform your dream into your reality. If it excites you, if it makes you feel good, it's God speaking to you. That which offends you only weakens you. Being offended creates the same destructive energy that offended you in the first place, so transcend your ego and stay in peace. Wherever you are, at whatever age, you're only a thought away from changing your life. Remain faithful to the light. Remember, the sun is shining behind the clouds. If you believe it will work out, you'll see opportunities. If you believe it won't, you will see obstacles. Attachment to being right creates suffering. When you have a choice to be right, or to be kind, choose kind and watch your suffering disappear. Money always has come to me, because I always have seen myself as endlessly abundant. I start every day by wanting more for others than I do for myself. I think that is how God works, and that is how I think we have to work. Retailers should not be filling their minds with all the things that are wrong, with how the economy is going, or with trying to get someplace in the business world. They should enjoy being in this moment and in this day and serving the people who come in. If you're blaming something or someone else for the way you are, then that person, those people, those circumstances, or those energies, are going to have to change in order for you to get better. That's most likely never going to happen. It's also a way to manipulate other people. I don't think we die. I think our bodies leave, but we can never die. That which is never born, can never die. And that which never changes, can never die. In quantum physics, the study of material at the subatomic level, you get down to the tiniest levels. When they take these subatomic particles, put them in particle accelerators and collide them, quantum physicists discover there's nothing there. There's no one home, no ghost in the machine. We have to overcome our societal conditioning which says we are unworthy. It's much easier to be at peace than it is to hate somebody. It's much easier to love somebody than to fight with them. You can't accumulate anything, because anything you get you have to give away. We all know this. We watch our bodies go through the aging process. We know we came in here with nothing, and we know we're going to leave with nothing. There's nothing to own. There's nothing to get. The only thing you can do with your life is give it away. The best, happiest moments in your life are always when you're giving something away. Irving Wallace wrote a best-selling novel, The Man, in the 1960s about a black man becoming President of the United States. We thought that such a possibility was thousands of years in the future. Some people may still have some difficulty with the idea, but that's a major cultural meme shift. Free will is something that people struggle with so much, but it's very simple to me. Carl Jung said at the same moment you're a protagonist in your own life making choices, you also are the spear carrier, or the extra, in a much larger drama. You've got to live with these two opposite ideas at the same time. When I was growing up, everybody smoked, including me. When I was 14, I started. We all did it. That was just the way it was. And nowadays there's a stigma attached to it. It's a big shift. Usually, making excuses is just something we can get away with, rather than challenging or changing ourselves. If you want to change and you want your life to work at a level you've never had before, then take responsibility for it. The key is to trust in your own divinity, to know that you are a piece of God, and that you are like what you came from. As a spiritual being, you have divinity within. When Albert Einstein was asked about the impact of quantum physics, he said, "It's just all details, I just want to think like God thinks." And God thinks in terms of creating kindness, beauty in goodness. Nor can you trust in God because everything that you attempt to trust is coming from someone who is not trustworthy to begin with. So everything that you think, feel or act upon is based upon coming from someone who is untrustworthy. Therefore, you'll always be lost. If you take a glass of water and separate it from its source, the ocean, then pour the water away from its source and ask it to sustain life, it flitters away. It just evaporates. It can't sustain life. That's a metaphor for us when we separate ourselves from our source and believe that God is separate from us. We must honor our worthiness in order to receive what we want. In our society we are conditioned to believe that we are not worthy, and that it is even selfish to want to be able to attract things into our lives. We're no better in God's eyes as Americans than Rwandans are, or anybody else. God is like the ocean and we're like that glass of water. We try to sustain life and do all that the source tells us that we are capable of doing, but if we do it alone, we wither away and collapse instead. There's a big difference between oneness and sameness. Oneness implies that we're all connected and that we all come from the same source. Sameness implies that we all have to do things and exactly think the same way as everybody else does. Most people think that God wants us to demonstrate our love for God by having churches and by having symbols, and I think that's a huge error. I think the way we show love for God is by loving each other, by extending the love that we are. It's probably more fulfilling for me to be offering what I offer than it is for the people who receive it. The purpose of life is to be happy. I don't think it's any more complicated than that. It's also important not to interfere with anybody else's right to do the same. We just need to practice that. It's the golden rule. The moment is all there is now. All there is now. That's what God is, too. God is only now. Even if you are loaded down with guilt about everything you did in the past, you still are experiencing the guilt in the moment. Enjoy the moment, because that is all you have. You never are going to arrive someplace else. You are in a constant state of living in this moment, and that is the only arrival there is. In fact, you will arrive when you stop trying to get someplace else. I believe we came from nowhere. We show up, and we are now here. It's all the same. It just is a question of spacing. If you try to find your source, you are not going to find it in a tiny little particle that began with your parents commingling. I think anything that you can use to connect is fine. For some people it's meditation. For some people it's yoga. For some people, it's running. For some people, it's affirmations. For me, it's photographs and drawings, and affirmations, and statues, and crystals. I fill my writing space and I fill my home with symbols of what I think of as higher energy. When you're connected to God, every moment is perfectly perfect. When you're at peace, there's no counterfeit freedom. You have to recognize that God isn't something outside of you, a cosmic bellboy to whom you pray in order to get this or that if you do the right things. Those kinds of understandings are all ego talk. Everybody, you, me, Osama bin Laden, Adolf Hitler, we all came from the same source. Then we took on these egos and began to practice all kinds of things based in not having reverence for life, whereas that which is God has reverence for all life. All excuses are nothing more than misalignments with God. We've lost the sense of our own divinity. We think that we're separate from God, but we can't be. We must be like what we came from, and we came from an infinite, loving, kind, beautiful source. We've forgotten that. If there's a distinction between men and women, I don't pay attention to it. Honestly, I don't see it. I think all of us are part feminine and part masculine. I'm sure sociologists can come up with distinctions about what's different between men and women, but for every example you can give about what a woman does, you can come up with an opposite example of other women who don't do that. Those are more artificial distinctions, I think. I've always had a knowing that being kind is a lot more effective than being angry. And being generous has always been a characteristic I've had. Whatever I've had, I've always been willing to give away. Those are best spiritual qualities. When you're an orphan, you don't wake up every day and tell yourself, I'm an orphan again today. Why did this happen to me? You just get on with your life. I've had other challenges that were much greater than that. Meditation isn't just something we do to make ourselves more peaceful and to take some of the stress out of our lives. We do it because it's the only direct experience we can have of knowing God. Because God is that which is indivisible. Everything else in the universe, in the physical world, is divisible. Up and down, good and bad, right and wrong, male and female, and so on. But that which is indivisible in our physical experience is called silence. And when you get into silence, you're coming to know the indivisibleness of your life, and that's conscious contact. Knowing how to swim doesn't come from someone else showing you or someone else telling you or watching movies of other people swimming. It comes from having been in the water, knowing how to move yourself through the water and not sink. And it's true of virtually everything in our lives, knowing comes from direct experience. I always say, don't be a Christian, be Christ-like. Don't be a Muslim, be Muhammad-like. Be Buddha-like. Emulate these great spiritual masters and what they were teaching. So many of us have separated ourselves from our source and have lived on ego consciousness. I think we have to go through everything we go through in our life, and I believe my purpose in life was to teach self-reliance. So I had the experience of relying on myself very early in life in order to have that knowing, because otherwise I would have just read about it. I think of it now as a great advantage that I had. It certainly taught me to rely upon myself at a very young age. And that's what I've been teaching since I was a little boy. There's nothing that feels better than to do something nice for somebody. I mean, nothing feels better. We need to start thinking collectively as a people about what we should be looking at. If you ask every American out there what kind of a people we are, we would all say, oh, we're really good people. We do good things in the world. Then you go around the world and ask what America is like. There's a completely different conceptualization of what we are. I do not concern myself with being unique, and I do not concern myself with success. I feel I just do and say what I am supposed to. I do not know where it comes from. I go where I am told, and I just allow whatever it is to come out. I have found that the more I get my ego out of a picture and the more I think about how can I serve other people instead of always thinking about me, the more miracles show up. People talk about things happening and it being unbelievable, and it's exactly the reverse. It's really believable, but we are so conditioned to believe that these kinds of things are just coincidences, that they're just things that show up arbitrarily in our lives, when the fact is that all of us have this kind of guidance available to us. It is very hard to enroll people in anything. And there is a very big difference between the words motivate and inspire. Motivation means we have an idea and we are going to carry through on that idea. We work hard at it, and we are disciplined. A highly motivated person takes an idea, goes out there, and won't let anybody interfere with them. Inspiration is exactly the opposite. If motivation is when you get hold of an idea and carry it through to its conclusion, inspiration is the reverse. An idea gets hold of you and carries you where you are intended to go. I don't think goal setting is an important basis for a retail business, or for anyone. Most of the time goal setting puts too much energy and attention on being someplace else, instead of helping you appreciate where you are. If I ran a retail store, which I have done in my life, I would go into it from a place of I am thrilled to be here, and I am honored to be able to serve other people. I would not be telling myself constantly that I have to double my sales in order for me to be happy. I would tell myself, I am content to be here in this moment, and I love this work. When I get on the dance floor, my purpose in being on the dance floor is not to end up at another spot when the music stops. The purpose of the dance is to enjoy every step along the way. If I ran a retail store, which I have done in my life, I would go into it from a place of I am thrilled to be here, and I am honored to be able to serve other people. I was asked on a radio interview what my mission is, and I immediately blurted out, God realization. I don't have much of an organization at all. I listen to my heart. The paradigm helps a person identify the thought system, which is almost always false, that is behind the rationale for the continuation of excuses. It helps them really look at excuses from an objective point of view and realize that everything they've been thinking is just as likely to be not true as it is to be true. What do warriors do? They are in competition with everyone else. They measure their success and their value on the basis of who they are better than, how much they get, and so on. So, this is the time in your adult life when your primary emphasis is on goal setting, on getting someplace else, and on defeating other people. You are connected to God, you are enjoying every single day you have, then, the growth of you, and your store, if you have one, will take care of themselves. When you are saying you want to feel good, what you really are saying is you want to feel God. I want my thoughts to be the same as the source from which I emanated. There's not a day I live that doesn't start with me getting up and first saying, what can I do for somebody else? Whether that means sending something to one of my children or picking up the phone and calling a stranger who is in the hospital, I start every day by wanting more for others than I do for myself. I don't think goal setting is an important basis for a retail business. Most of the time goal setting puts too much energy and attention on being someplace else, instead of helping you appreciate where you are. Money, success, and the external trappings have chased after me wherever I have gone. These things show up in my life, and I just keep passing them on. I don't hang on to them myself at all. I have very few needs like that. We spend a big hunk of our lifetimes contemplating what we can't have, what we don't want, and what's missing in our lives. What we have to learn is to put our attention and focus on contemplating what it is we would like to attract, and not on what is missing. The problem with using force in our lives is that we always create a counterforce. For example, If you're with a child and the child says, "I hate you," which is a very low energy, and you respond with, "I hate you too," you have lowered the collective energy that you are both in, and both of you will be weakened. Whereas, if you respond to, "I hate you," with love, which is what, instinctively, we know what to do, then we can dissolve and dissipate that hatred. Well, your whole life is like a checkerboard, and there's a sense that you get, especially looking back on it, that you begin to realize and gain awareness that there's something else moving all of these pieces around in your life. And that was really true for me right from the very beginning. When I sit down to write a book, I don't ask myself, how many am I going to sell? It just depends on what you decide to have in your heart. That's what I've learned. That's where I am at this stage in my life, is if we can fill ourselves with love and appreciation for, and be in a state of gratitude. Every event of your life you have an opportunity to be in a state of gratitude for it. Everybody who works in the computer industry is in an industry that didn't exist 25 years ago. We are talking on cell phones, and there were no such things. All the people who work for Nextel and so on, those are lost jobs that became found jobs. We are in a constant state of changing, and there are numerous opportunities in a time like this, but people are still going back to the fear. When enough electrons within an atom get aligned and a critical mass is reached, as soon as you hit that 100th monkey, as soon as you hit the 1, you have phase transition, and all the rest of the electrons automatically make the change. My mission, what I teach and what I believe in, is that you just get yourself aligned with God consciousness. If we teach enough people to do it, if enough of us ultimately get there, then we'll start electing leaders with this kind of consciousness. We'll start seeing kinds of shifts taking their place. I'm not saying that a child who was abused or beaten or abandoned made that happen, but your reaction to it is always yours. People need to learn how to respond to each other's hatreds with love, which is what Jesus taught us, which is what Buddha came here to teach us, which is what Muhammad taught us, which is what all of the great spiritual masters who have ever walked among us who live at those highest energies taught us, responding to. Force with more force will just create more problems. Here's a payoff for everyone. The reason we hang on to self-defeating behaviors is because it's easier not to take responsibility. When you live the virtues, when you live in that place of God consciousness, all these rules we have about cause and effect, beginnings and ends, don't have any impact or relevance. As Joel Goldsmith said, in the presence of the God realized, the laws of the material world do not apply. That's why people who live steadfastly at a place of God consciousness can perform miracles. They can create. They can make virtually anything happen. From the space in between, that last inch is the critical inch you have to take to reach that place. Every once in a while, I get to that place of God consciousness, and miracles do happen. Excuses are the explanations we use for hanging on to behaviors we don't like about ourselves. They are self-defeating behaviors we don't know how to change. Inexcuses begone. I review 18 of the most common excuses people use, such as I'm too busy, too old, too fat, too scared, or it's going to take too long or be too difficult. A virus has three purposes: to duplicate, to infiltrate, and to spread from one host to the next. Ultimately, even a single virus can shut down an entire system. I think we have a free will, and at the same moment we don't. We have to live with that. It doesn't make sense intellectually, but that's because our intellect is always trying to come up with a logical, rational explanation for things. To do that, it puts labels on things. But once you label something, you've got two-ness. You've got the label, and you've got what you're labeling. And there is only oneness in the universe, even though we artificially believe in two-ness. The soul is infinite, so there's no in or out of it. It is everywhere. There's no place that it is not. When we meditate, we are really trying to go beyond the mind. What I have found is that if I can get totally and completely into the moment, then the mind disappears. And as the mind disappears, that's when God appears. Every moment is an eternity in itself. Bliss is the present moment, and each and every one of us needs to understand this. I have manifested everything I want in the way of physical things. I have a beautiful family and enough abundance to take care of them. I put my attention on manifesting for other people, helping those who are less fortunate. Beware of the temptation to see yourself as unfairly treated. I did have a lot of lack, but I never experienced it. I grew up in the east side of Detroit, in an area where there was very little, except for a lot of scarcity, poverty, and hunger. Even growing up in an orphanage, I never woke up saying, "I'm an orphan again today. Isn't this terrible? Poor me." If you enter into the spirit of life, you are really reproducing in yourself the qualities of the creator of that which allows something to be manifested and created in the first place. Love for yourself, love for the planet, love for each other. Love primarily for God, your number one relationship in life, your relationship to your source. Not something external to you, something that you're a part of, that you are connected to, just meditating on that, staying in that place, the place of God realization. God is love and doesn't ask for anything back in return. So it's that process of letting go and just allowing, and just being in that pure state. I've been an exercise maniac most of my adult life, running marathons and triathlons, doing that as a regular way of life. I ran 8 miles a day, every day for 29 years. Everything that is observed in the physical world has as its source that which is invisible. This means we must surrender to the spirit and to the invisible part of ourselves. Then learning to manifest is really nothing more than learning to manifest another aspect of ourselves. The law of attraction ensures that you start attracting more of what you want into your life instead of what you don't want or instead of what always has been. The highest functioning people never even put their energy on what is if they don't like what is. That's an important difference, because most people who have a lot of problems in their life are constantly talking about them and focusing on them. So they just keep attracting more of those circumstances into their lives because that's where their thoughts are. Most people think that there is a monarchy, where God is the king and we are the subjects, and the subjects are inferior to this invisible king. But not only are we inferior, we are also stained by sin, and therefore, untrustworthy. We have to stop the idea that we are going to create something out of nothing, but instead attract to ourselves what is already here. I never ever felt that I was unfairly treated. While you were 4, you didn't know anything other than being terrified and scared. You're not 4 any longer. Now, as an adult, you have to make a choice and recognize that even the abuse that came into your life offers you an opportunity to transcend it, to become a better person, and even more significantly, to help someone else not go through what you did. There is no moment that isn't equivalent in value to any other moment. You have to surrender the little mind to the big mind, and turn what you want over to God. When you walk into the presence of people who calibrate at the very highest energy levels, just being in their energy field, everything that is diseased or in disharmony is healed. When you bring a higher and a more loving energy to the presence of disorder or disharmony or disease, you are really bringing a healing energy. And that's what healing is involved with. It's no longer allowing yourself to wallow around in a process in which you tell yourself that you don't have the capacity to be able to transcend whatever it is that's bothering you or hurting you or killing you. Once you put your attention, your thoughts, your energy, your consciousness on a new intention, that's what you begin manifesting into your life. The word intention, I believe, is really important, because it doesn't leave any room for doubt or maneuvering. I intend to create this in my life out of the circumstances that I'm now experiencing. In fact, everything that emanates from Source emanates from a source of well-being. When we take on this ego consciousness, when we take on hate rather than love in our hearts, we create all of this divisiveness, and we create all of the problems, the struggles, the difficulties, the diseases, the poverty. We come from an abundant, endlessly providing, always forthcoming, always giving source. If we would just stay like that, if we would be forthcoming in giving and sharing and allowing, excluding no one, then it wouldn't be possible to have wars in the Middle East, or poverty in Africa, or any of these kinds of things. I absolutely believe the species, the planet, and the universe can't survive if we function on hate. The source that creates worlds always is creating and loving, and it excludes no one. It is a source of unlimited abundance. It is a source that has no judgment. I do see more and more people who are moving away from traditional religions that exclude others and have hatred as their basis, as part of their ideologies, that conceptualize an angry God that is going to take retribution on all the people who are not a certain way. Christ wasn't teaching people to hate Jews. He was a Jew himself. He wasn't teaching people to hate anybody who didn't believe as he did. In the retail business, many people are too consumed with the bottom line. How much am I going to be selling? Am I going to be able to do all the things I need to get done? Instead, if they are at peace and feeling good about themselves, if they are treating customers with love and acting as statesmen and stateswomen and people who are connected to God in a spiritual sense, then every day for them is a real joy. If you still are growing, you go through the archetype of the statesman or stateswoman. You stop asking what are my quotas, and stop saying what is in it for me, and how much can I get. You begin to say, instead, what are your quotas, and how may I serve? Providing for others becomes much more important in your life than what you can get for yourself. Jung said there are 4 archetypes adults go through, and these archetypes are reflected in the development of my work. The first archetype is the archetype of the athlete, reflecting the time in our adult life when our primary emphasis is on our body, what it looks like, how beautiful it is, how strong it is, and so on. We identify ourselves with our body. We are our body. Growing adults next move to what Jung called the archetype of the warrior. We take our physical bodies out there to do what warriors do. As a retailer, I would ask the customer, what is it you want in life? Whatever answer they give, I would help them to say the correct answer, or the most effective answer, for anyone feeling good. Goal setting is fine if you want to be the warrior archetype. These people are setting goals constantly and trying to get someplace else. They say, if you don't know where you are going, then you won't know when you get there. When you get to a higher level of consciousness, though, when you get into a spiritual approach to life, you are not trying to get someplace else, because you never can get it done. You never are going to get there. Instead, what you want to do is get to a place where you are at peace. You are connected to God. So, it's really about modeling it and letting people know you are an inspired person, a person who is in spirit. And then those forces that Carl Jung called synchronicity begin to show up and, lo and behold, the universe provides for you. So, you have to contemplate yourself surrounded by the conditions you wish to produce and know you can attract divine energy to help you. Dormant forces come alive and you put your attention on what you intend to manifest, and when you stay connected to your source of well-being, your source of kindness, and your source that excludes no one. Living from the perspective at which you came from and returning to source really is an act of remembering, rather than an act of learning. Every thought you have affects everything in your body. You can't just have a thought. You have to follow the thought through. But everything starts with the thought. One of the reasons most people are not good at solving problems and manifesting or attracting into their life what they want is because their thoughts are always on what's wrong and on what's missing and on the problem. If we can bring spiritual energy, which is love, kindness, forgiveness and so on, to the problem, we can dissolve it. It's really just a matter of changing our mind about how we're going to process the events in our lives. Darkness is a lower energy than light, and when you bring light to the presence of darkness, you don't have to warn it, you don't have to tell it that it has to get away. It can't survive. Light dissolves darkness. And so does love dissolve hate, and so does joy dissolve sadness, and so does faith dissolve doubt, and so on. My great definition of success comes from Thoreau. If one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams, and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. That always has defined my road to what you call phenomenal success. I have advanced confidently in the direction of my dreams. I have lived the life I imagined. And I have had a ball doing it. When I go to a music concert, I don't say, my purpose is to get to the end and enjoy the finale. If that were the purpose, everybody would write finales and nothing more. The purpose of the concert is to enjoy each note as you go along. Money always has been something that has attracted itself to me. When I sit down to write a book, I do not know where the energy and the words come from. I just sit down, and soon it is flowing through my hand and onto the paper. The law of flotation was not discovered by contemplating the sinking of things. Rather, it was discovered by thinking about things that float naturally. The most important thing people can do is refuse to have any resistance to staying connected to their source. People resist being able to attract abundance into their lives. I really think I am where I am in spite of my training, not because of it. I don't know how unique my work is, because I never compare it. See what it is you would like to attract into your life. See how you would like your business to go, your relationships to go, and even your body to go in terms of overcoming addictions and dealing with weight and health issues. Examine what you believe to be impossible, and then change your beliefs. All your behavior results from the thoughts that precede it. What I am trying to do is to unmuddle the metaphysical. When you feel the need to have the right person show up in your life, affirm, I know the right person is arriving in divine order at precisely the perfect time. As you begin to heal the inner you, you alter your immune system. This moment is the only physical reality you have. The physical universe that you see is all in your mind. When you turn your mind off, or become unconscious, the physical universe, for you, disappears. Then, when you awaken your consciousness, the universe reappears magically. Quite simple really, no thoughts on your part, no physical world. As Walt Whitman succinctly stated, the whole theory of the universe is directed unerringly to one single individual, namely to you. Without your mind to process it, the universe simply disappears into nothingness. Be willing to dream, and imagine yourself becoming all that you wish to be. Keep in mind the basic axiom: all that now exists was once imagined. It follows then that what you want to exist for you in the future must now be imagined. Refuse to allow yourself to have low expectations about what you're capable of creating. In God's eyes, no one on this planet is any better than you. You're able to love others, to give to others, and do for others by giving and doing for yourself first. Once your thoughts reflect what you genuinely want to be, the appropriate emotions and the consequent behavior will flow automatically. Believe it and you will see it. Those whose purpose does not match yours are not wrong. They have their mission, and finding their own purposeful way may involve many detours and acts that seem destructive. The soul is timeless and non-local. Lie forgiveness every day rather than just talking about it on Sunday. Be in this moment, and free yourself of striving for something more or someone else. Get your passion on the paper. Detach from the outcome. Forget about whether it's going to get published. In reality, it's much easier not to smoke or eat chocolate than to do so. It's your mind that convinces you otherwise. Be the cure. Don't look outside yourself for it. Emotions are choices. The more you give away, the more you get back. We expand what we focus on. Every thought you have has an energy that will either strengthen or weaken you. When your inner mantra becomes, "How may I serve?" rather than, "What am I going to get?" and, "Who do I need to defeat?" you start to see the unfolding of God in everything and everyone around you, and you shift into higher consciousness. When you have a choice whether to be right or to be kind, choose to be kind. But whatever you've been today is already over. Become aware that there are no accidents in our intelligent universe. Realize that everything that shows up in your life has something to teach you. Appreciate everyone and everything in your life. Always be aware that you have the power to create the naturally stress-free and tranquil life you desire. Where is the peace and more is better? This idea keeps us exclusively in the physical domain. You can replace the more is better belief with an inner serenity that doesn't need more to be acceptable. There is no peace and more is better, and if it doesn't bring peace to your life, then it's something you want to discard. Learn to appreciate what you have and where and who you are. Listen. Don't explain or justify. Each day begins with a prayer of thank you. You get the most approval when you care the least about it. I am thankful to all those who said no. It's because of them, I did it myself. That energy field can be called God, soul, spirit, or consciousness. You cannot fail, you can only produce results. Trusting yourself is trusting the wisdom that created you. Everything that you are against works against you. Everything that you are against can be restated in a way that puts you in support of something. When you are able to state what you are for rather than what you are against, you are focusing on the potential for positive change. Once that is in place, you will find whatever you are focusing on expanding. I will grow. I will become something new and grand, but no grander than I now am. Just as the sky will be different in a few hours, its present perfection and completeness is not deficient, so am I presently perfect and not deficient. I will be different tomorrow. I will grow and I am not deficient. Whatever I fight weakens me. Whatever I cooperate with strengthens me. When you consider what you would love to accomplish in your life but feel ill-prepared to bring it about, picture the 89 Michelangelo living 5 centuries ago, painting, sculpting, and writing. Imagine he is telling you that you can create whatever you desire, and the great danger is not in having too much hope, but in reaching what you have perceived as hopeless. The purpose of prayer is not to influence God to grant you special favors, but rather to remind yourself that you are always connected to God. Surround yourself with doers. Be around people who demonstrate their boldness. Thinking from the end causes me to behave as if all that I'd like to create is already here. My credo is, imagine myself to be and I shall be, and it's an image that I keep with me at all times. If you believe that feeling bad will change a past event, then you are residing on another planet with a different reality system. When life tends to get too complex, too fast, too cluttered, too deadline-oriented, or too type A for you, stop and remember your own spirit. You're headed for inspiration, a simple, peaceful place where you're in harmony with the perfect timing of all creation. Failing is a judgment that we humans place on a given action. Rather than judgment, substitute this attitude: you cannot fail, you can only produce results. Each person must decide for himself what he wants each day. As a leader, I will expose you to the options and the likely consequences of those options. I'll even share my opinion if asked, but I'll never confuse it with the opinion, which simply doesn't exist. See the genius in everyone you encounter. Just as the mountain cannot crack a nut though it can carry a forest on its back, so too does every living creature have its own perfection built into it. Say I want to feel good when you're tempted to indulge in low-energy thoughts. The fears you don't face control you. The fears you face, you move beyond. From a hologrammatic viewpoint, You are one little physical image that reflects all of humanity when projected spiritually upon the cosmic screen. An infinity of forest lies dormant within the dreams on one acorn. If you desire peace for others, you'll receive it. Joy, satisfaction show up more frequently on time when you have passion. Albert Einstein once reported, "Great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds." If you want to achieve your own greatness, to climb your own mountains, you'll have to use yourself as your first and last consultant. What is hope but a feeling of optimism, a thought that says things will improve, it won't always be bleak, there's a way to rise above the present circumstances. Hope is an internal awareness that you do not have to suffer forever, and that somehow, somewhere there is a remedy for despair that you will come upon if you can only maintain this expectancy in your heart. There's no such thing as a bad meditation. Any time you spend in silence is valuable. You will find it easier to accept contrary views, knowing that you are not defined by anything or anyone external to yourself. I am free now to detach myself from what used to be. I've always believed that parents are not for leaning upon, but rather exist to make leaning unnecessary. All forgiveness is self-forgiveness. If you refuse to change your job, if you don't like it, the only sensible thing you can do is practice loving it every day. Guilt lies in the past, worry lies in the future. Everything in the universe has a purpose. When you're in the middle of an argument, ask yourself, do I want to be right or be happy? If you are unwell, don't ask to be healed, instead ask to be restored to that perfection from which you emanated. Practice being the kind of person you wish to attract. The first step toward discarding a scarcity mentality involves giving thanks for everything that you have. Don't let tobacco companies make the choices for you. They care about their own well-being, not yours. Inside of us is a place that is all-knowing, almighty, which is a fragment of God. Nourishing, healing elements within us. There is a spark in each one of us. Honor the physical temple that houses you by eating healthfully, exercising, listening to your body's needs and treating it with dignity and love. Everyone on this planet has spirit within them as an all-powerful force for good. Giving love to others is directly related to how much love you have for yourself. Never live beneath your privileges. You have a one-of-a-kind gift to offer this world, and you are unique in the entire history of creation. Listen to your own heart concerning the path you wish to travel. You're not what you have and you're not what you do. You're an infinite, divine being disguised as a successful person who has accumulated a certain amount of stuff. The stuff is not you. For that reason, you must avoid being attached to it in any way. Name it, and if you can dream it, you can achieve it. With God, all things are possible. Deep within, you know that the only thing that is truly important is being in alignment with Spirit. Begin at once to live and count each day a separate lifetime. Seneca, our lives are the sum total of the choices we have made. If all you do is follow the herd, you'll just be stepping in poop all day. The power of intention is the power to manifest, to create, to live a life of unlimited abundance, and to attract into your life the right people at the right moments. Be aware of your infinite connection to your source. Know that you're more than an encapsulated collection of bones, blood and organs in a skin and hair-covered body. Anytime you start a sentence with I am, you are creating what you are and what you want to be. The Tao asks you to clearly see the parallels between you and this naturally flowing substance that allows life to sustain itself. Live as water lives, since you are water. Become as contented as the fluid that animates and supports you. Let your thoughts and behaviors move smoothly in accordance with the nature of all things. Love what you do what you love. Arrange photographs of nature scenes, animals and expressions of joy and love in your environment and let their energy radiate into your heart and provide you with their higher frequency. Healthy thinking is a habit, just like neurotic thinking is a habit. Within you is the divine capacity to manifest and attract all you desire. You correct an error by bringing truth to it. Fear of the unknown. They are afraid of new ideas. They are loaded with prejudices, not based upon anything in reality, but based on, if something is new, I reject it immediately because it's frightening to me. What they do instead is just stay with the familiar. You know, to me, the most beautiful things in all the universe are the most mysterious. Tapping into the essence of originating spirit, emulating the attributes of the creative force of intention, and manifesting into your life anything that you desire that's consistent with the universal mind. In order to make a visualization a reality in the world of form, you must be willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen. Always keeping in mind that you become what you think about, be very careful about any thoughts you harbor that involve doubt. Be a student. Stay open and willing to learn from everyone and anyone. Being a student means you have room for new input. When you are green you grow, when you are ripe you rot. By staying green you will avoid the curse of being an expert. When you know in your heart that every single person you encounter in your lifetime has something to teach you, you are able to utilize their offerings in a profound way. Everything you're currently against blocks you from abundance. Remember, purpose is about giving. All you can do with your life is to give it away in the service of others. Practice being gentle, respectful, and loving toward the life force in all things. Remind yourself that your efforts do make a difference, even if you think they are minuscule in comparison to the magnitude of the problem. Say to yourself when someone else is criticizing you, "What you think of me is none of my business." Seize every second of your life and savor it. Value your present moments. I have absolutely no limits on what I intend to create. If you think peaceful thoughts, you'll feel peaceful emotions, and that's what you'll bring to every life situation. If you're attached to being right or absolutely need something in order to be at peace or successful, you'll live a life of striving yet never arriving. Needing approval is like saying, "Your view of me is more important than my own opinion of myself." When you meet anyone, treat the even as a holy encounter. Have faith that God won't send you anything you're incapable of handling. You can decide that the word fear is an acronym for false evidence appearing real. Enjoying life is far superior to being graded on your performance in life. Accept that you are enough. You don't need to be anything that you are not. Anything inside that immobilizes me, gets in my way, keeps me from my goals, is all mine. Look into a mirror, make eye contact with yourself, and say "I love me" as many times as possible during the day. If you want to feel connected to your own purpose, know this for certain: your purpose will only be found in service to others, and in being connected to the something far greater than your mind-body ego. Commit to paper precisely what you would like to have appear in your physical life. By seeing it and reading it repeatedly, you will plant that thought more firmly in your mind and you will begin to manifest that which you are imaging. I create the world that I live in. Love is cooperation rather than competition. When you're inspired, you attract abundance. Quietly affirm that you will define your own reality from now on and that your definition will be based on your inner wisdom. I am much more powerful today than the old programs and mind viruses that I absorbed in my childhood. Each person on this planet is inherently, intrinsically capable of attaining dizzying heights of happiness and fulfillment. I am a realist. I expect miracles. Success is not something you get out of what you do. You can either feel sorry for yourself or treat what has happened as a gift. You get to choose. I intend to take time for myself to live the life that I came here to live. Our most important problems cannot be solved, they must be outgrown. If you don't have love, harmony, peace within you, then you can't contribute these qualities. I have enough, and I allow what I already have enough of to flow to me. God brings millions of flowers to bloom without force. Instead of asking yourself what everyone else's opinion is going to be and how your action will be perceived by others, ask yourself, how do I want my life to be lived? Then proceed to take a small risk in the direction of that new action. Send love in some form to those you believe have wronged you. Notice how much better you feel. People would pull the rug out from under me. So I learned how to dance on a moving carpet. Empowerment is the inner joy of knowing that external force isn't necessary to be at harmony with oneself. Self-worth cannot be verified by others. You must be what it is that you're seeking, that is, you need to put forth what you want to attract. How people treat you is their karma, how you react is yours. Maxim for life: you get treated in life the way you teach people to treat you. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. When you judge another, you do not define them, you define yourself. Practice beauty appreciation in as many places as possible. Nature provides a virtual smorgasbord of miracles. See the beauty in all of it. Make the decision that you'll no longer use excuses to keep you from what you know is in your best interest. Today, act on something you've always avoided and explained away with a convenient excuse. Make a phone call you've been putting off, write a letter to a friend, put on a pair of walking shoes and go for a stroll. Clean out your closet, do something you've been justifying not doing with excuses. Virtually every spiritual tradition teaches that your higher self is the presence of God within you. Who we are is the part of us that is infinite, the part of us that never stops. We are not our bodies, our possessions, or our careers. Who we are is divine love, and that is infinite. As you awaken, you go beyond the need to perform and achieve. When you go beyond it, you begin to develop an increased susceptibility to the love extended by others as well as the uncontrollable urge to extend it. Love becomes what you are. Expect the best, expect divine guidance, expect your fortunes to change, expect a miracle. No limit. People are so in charge that they can trust their instincts. Be childlike, be creative. Do anything that makes sense to them and make their lives into what they really believe they want for themselves. You must send blame out of your life for any conditions of your life. Anything that immobilizes you, gets in your way, or keeps you from your goals is all yours. You can throw it away anytime you choose. First, imagine taking the potentially producing path of inaction. Then imagine what the very best outcome would be were you to take this risk. By picturing both scenarios in advance, you can avoid the regret of what might have been. The assistance you need will be provided by the universe as soon as you convert your readiness to willingness. Focus on loving the life you have now and the body you've got. You must make a daily effort to look upon others without condemnation. Every judgment takes you away from your goal of peace. Your ego loves your judgments, because with them you remain in a constant state of anguish and remorse. Keep in mind that you do not define anyone with your judgment. You only define yourself as someone who needs to be judged. Know that success and inner peace are your birthright, that you are a child of God and as such that you're entitled to a life filled with joy, love and happiness. It's one thing to make a pronouncement in a moment of inspiration about what you intend to manifest in your life or what kind of person you intend to become. It's quite another thing to make a commitment to holding that vision regardless of what difficulties or obstacles may surface. Holding the vision involves an unwillingness to compromise what you're visualizing for yourself. It means being willing to suffer through criticism and what appears to be an uncooperative universe. All emanates from Source. You're not this body and its accomplishments. You are the observer. Notice it all, and be grateful for the abilities you've been given, the motivation to achieve, and the stuff you've accumulated. But give all the credit to the power of intention, which brought you into existence. Anything that has been accomplished by any other human being in the physical realm is within the field of possibility. Now is all we have. Everything that has ever happened to you, and anything that is ever going to happen to you, is just a thought. There is no need to invent an ego that is separate from the divine if our basic human nature is trusted. If we trust ourselves, we know how to avoid interfering with nature and how to live in harmony. When we know God as an unseen, loving, and accepting power at the heart of everything, allowing us to make our own choices, then God is a trusted part of our nature. This force is unlimited. It is always moving and always flowing. The ancient Hawaiians, the kahunas, used the metaphor of the flow of a running stream to represent the divine force. Everything I ever worried about turned out exactly as it was going to, despite my anxious moments to the contrary. Life is all about learning, and one of the most memorable ways of learning something is by messing up. Refuse to ever use the term failure again about yourself or anyone else. Remind yourself that when things didn't go as planned, you didn't fail, you only produced a result. Any success that I've had in my life has been in spite of my education rather than because of it. Abundance is about looking at life and knowing that you have everything you need for complete happiness, and then being able to celebrate each and every moment on earth. You need to keep reminding yourself that you are a divine piece of God. Feeling as if you're unworthy of God's abundance is the same as denying your spiritual essence. The snow, the wind, the sun, and the sounds of nature can all be reminders to you that you're an integral part of the natural world. Children instinctively know that the more laughter we have in our lives, the better. I am the reflection of my source, which is magnificent in all ways. Know that you are part of a joyful universe. Allow your romantic, ecstatic, blissful emotions to appear more frequently in your daily life. When you feel joy, experience it and express it. As the New Testament says, joy is the fruit of the Spirit. I am worthy of attracting unlimited abundance and prosperity into my life, regardless of what life experiences have gone before me. I only reinforce and contemplate images that are in harmony with this vision. If you're going to follow your bliss and make a difference in the world, you'll soon learn that you can't follow the herd. There is nothing your highest self wants more than peace. When we consistently generate thoughts of giving, we attract the energy of giving back to us. Do not be against anything. Being against weakens you. Be for what you want. Being for empowers you. Forgiveness means that you fill yourself with love and you radiate that love outward and refuse to hang on to the venom or hatred that was engendered by the behaviors that caused the wounds. God is the highest place within each and every one of us. It's our divine self. When doubt is banished, #abundance flourishes and anything is possible. There is only one time that is important now. It is the most important time because it is the only time when we have any power. The most necessary person is the one with whom you are, for no person knows whether he or she will ever have dealings with anyone else, and the most important affair is to do the person good, because for that purpose alone were human beings sent into this life. You can only give away what you have inside. Become an instrument of love. Resist impulses to label yourself with descriptions that limit you in any way. You are not saintly, a good person, because an organization says so, but rather because you stay connected to the divinity of your origination. You are not intelligent because of a transcript. You are intelligence itself, which needs no external confirmation. You are not moral because you obey the laws. You are mortality itself because you are the same as what you came from. My goal is not to be better than anyone else, but to be better than I used to be. Don't evaluate your life in terms of achievements, trivial or monumental, along the way. Instead, wake up and appreciate everything you encounter along your path. Enjoy the flowers that are there for your pleasure. Tune into the sunrise, the little children, the laughter, the rain, and the birds. Drink it all in. There is no way to happiness. Happiness is the way. Opening to the power of intention, you begin knowing that conception, birth, and death are all natural aspects of the energy field of creation. Solitude can become your most meaningful companion, and it can assist you in being a more giving person in your spiritual partnerships. Rather than regarding your partner's need for time alone as a threat, see it as a time of renewal that you celebrate. Make every effort to help each other have that space. Treat that space as sacred. You're not what you eat, you're what you believe about what you eat. There is no such thing as stress, only people thinking stressful thoughts. Hindsight provides new eyes. Depression is inertia. The ability to see yourself as a temporary expression of intention and to see yourself in all of humanity is a characteristic of the holy relationship. It's the ability to celebrate and honor in all others, the place where we're all one. Establish a holy relationship with your source, the world community, your neighbors, acquaintances, family, the animal kingdom, our planet, and yourself. You can make your life into a grand ever-evolving work of art. The key is your thoughts, the wondrous invisible part of you that is your spiritual soul. What you feel is wrong or missing in your relationships is an indication that something is amiss within you. Just as we're all students throughout life, we're all teachers. In fact, we learn best by offering what we desire for ourselves to as many individuals as we can, as frequently as we can. Following this line of thinking, it's imperative that we make deliberate effort to increase our inspirational energy, as this will lead us to being both a spiritual learner and teacher simultaneously. Be a busy person. People who are active are often much more at peace with themselves than those who are inactive and inert. It's the things that we know for sure, that just ain't so, that get us into trouble. The power of intention manifests as an expression of expanding creativity, kindness, love, and beauty. Your children are spiritual beings who come through you, not for you. The Wright brothers didn't contemplate the staying on the ground of things. Alexander Graham Bell didn't contemplate the non-communication of things. Thomas Edison didn't contemplate the darkness of things. In order to float an idea into your reality, you must be willing to do a somersault into the unconceivable and land on your feet, contemplating what you want instead of what you don't have. I send you love and all green lights. Live as if your prayers are to be answered. Being open to the guidance of your own true nature will free others to do the same. A transcendent being can be any miracle. As long as I continue to hear normal people telling me I am too childish, I know I'm doing just fine. Have within you an imaginary candle flame that burns brightly regardless of what goes before you. Let this inner flame represent for you the idea that you're capable of manifesting miracles in your life. Live today. Let go of your attachment to your past as an excuse for your life conditions today. You are the product of the choices you are making right now. The only boundaries we have are in form. There are no obstacles in thought. Every obstacle is a test. In the context of eternity, time doesn't matter. Compassion becomes an automatic reaction when you see all of humanity as one undivided and indivisible family. I want to have thoughts of abundance. I want to have thoughts of love, of kindness, of beauty. When you arrive where you thought you wanted to be, you'll just begin a new journey, so enjoy each step along the way. While the world of reality has its limits, the world of your imagination is without boundaries. Take a deep breath, focus on what's really important. Feeling good is what you should be doing every day of your life. Within each and every one of us is a divine power that needs no substance or anything external to know bliss. In order to forgive, you must have blamed. Everyone in life does exactly what they know how to do given the conditions of their lives. Progress and growth are impossible if you always do things the way you've always done things. I will consult with God and know that I will be guided to do what is needed. An exceptionally positive emotional response indicates that you're summoning the divine energy of intention and allowing that energy to flow to you in non-resistant manner. The only thing that feeling bad accomplishes is to plummet you into anxiety, despair, depression, and stress. In such situations, ask yourself in that moment what thought you can have that will make you feel good. People really do respect those who are willing to speak their truth. Vow to seek a calm inner response to the circumstances of your life. Our lives are greatly enriched when we immerse ourselves in literature and spiritual writing, not because we are going to be tested but purely for the sake of enrichment. Dance, enjoy each step along the way. Don't allow the approval and attention of others to destroy you. Writing isn't something I do, writing is something that I am. I am writing, it's just an expression of me. Rejoice in the prosperity of others. When you feel contemptuous, or even a twinge of jealousy, toward the accomplishments or lifestyles of others, you are harboring negativity where love must reside. Within you is the kingdom of serenity that can create all the prosperity you could ever want. You're creating it all. Nobody else is doing it to you. There is a difference between motivation and inspiration. Motivation is when you get hold of an idea and don't let go of it until you make it a reality. Inspiration is the reverse, when an idea gets hold of you and you feel compelled to let that impulse or energy carry you along. You get to a point where you realize that you're no longer in charge, that there's a driving force inside you that can't be stopped. There's only one boss in your life. And that's you. The person looking back in the mirror at you is the one you have to answer to every day. The people who receive the most approval in life are the ones who care the least about it. So technically, if you want the approval of others, you need to stop caring about it. Destiny is not preordained. Destiny is ordained totally by you. Every single moment of your now existence is the result of your previous thought. The idea that everything is already laid out for you in advance is a hallucination. You can and do manifest your own destiny. Let the world unfold without always attempting to figure it all out. Let relationships just be, since everything is going to stretch out in divine order. Don't try so hard to make something work, simply allow. Don't always toil at trying to understand your mate, your children, your parents, your boss, or anyone else, because the Tao is working at all times. St. John of the Cross told us that if a man wishes to be sure of the road he treads on, he must close his eyes and walk in the dark. I interpret that as a direction for us to trust in the guidance we receive from our invisible self. Anytime you get hate, send out love. Then love will come back. You'll be free. Your body is only the garage for your soul. Every time I see a coin on the street, I stop, pick it up, put it into my pocket, and say out loud, "Thank you, God, for this symbol of abundance that keeps flowing into my life." Never once have I asked, "Why only a penny, God? You know I need a lot more than that." By all means give vent to your anger, let it out in non-destructive ways if you are still deciding to have it. But begin to think of yourself as someone who can learn to think new thoughts when you are frustrated, so that the immobilizing anger can be replaced by more fulfilling emotions. Annoyance, irritation, and disappointment are feelings that you will very likely continue to experience, since the world will never be the way you want it. But anger, that hurtful emotional response to obstacles, can be eliminated. Life is never boring, but some people choose to be bored. You cannot solve a problem by condemning it. You're here for a reason, and it's not to hoard a lot of physical stuff. In the East, they contemplate the forest. In the West, they count the trees. Positive thoughts keep you in harmony with the universe. Every thought that you have impacts you. Shift from a thought that weakens to one that strengthens you. But if you put your thoughts on what's on its way, then you'll start looking for every little clue, and every person walking into your life becomes someone who is a messenger or a deliverer of something that is going to help you deliver what you have an intention about. The only thing an excuse gives you is an option out of the life you'd like to live. You are the sum total of your choices. Enlightenment demands that you take responsibility for your way of life. What we think about and talk about expands into action. You came from a source. Society in general always seems to honor its living conformists, its dead troublemakers. Practice radical humility when it comes to your own accomplishments, and give credit everywhere except to your ego. Can you see the beauty in a cockroach? The words I am are your sacred identification as God, your highest self. Take care how you use these terms, because saying anything after I am that's incongruent with God is really taking the Lord's name in vain. Everything that happens to us has a blessing built into it. Free will means that you have the choice to connect to spirit, or not. My intentions create my reality. All that you need in order to have total happiness, fulfillment, and love in your life you already have right now, whoever you are, wherever you are. The single most important tool to being in balance is knowing that you and you alone are responsible for the imbalance between what you dream your life is meant to be, and the daily habits that drain life from that dream. Now is all there is. The future is just another present moment to live when it arrives. Your miracles are an inside job. Go there to create the magic that you seek in your life. Your circumstances do not determine what your life will be, they reveal what kinds of images you have chosen up until now. Every morning, in your first view of the day, you have the choice to say, "Good morning, God," or "Good God, morning." When you are in spirit, inspired, you have no need for the ego. You, and only you, choose your thoughts. Consider those whom you call your enemies and figure out what they should call you. We believe we can't attract to ourselves what we want because we think we are separate from God, and whether we are able to manifest anything is dependent upon whether God wants us to do that or not. I think my mission is to support people in being steadfast in not having thoughts of harm, thoughts of judgment, worry, or hatred, directed toward themselves or others. But if we see ourselves as connected to God, or as reconnecting to our source through meditation, then we can attract anything we want into our lives. Everyone and everything that shows up in the world of form in this universe originates not from a particle, as quantum physics teaches us, but from an energy field. Attitude is an inner concept. It is the most important thing you can develop in your life. Be what it is that you are seeking. When we send love in response to hate, we become spiritual alchemists. Take some time to be silent and repeat the sound of God as an inner mantra. Meditation allows you to make conscious contact with your source and achieve success in every area. If a problem arises, then go within, get very quiet about it and find the answers inside of you. Anything you want to succeed in, you can do. Send out anger and impatience, and that's what you'll get. Send out love, and you'll get back love. Imagine the word cancel being a huge rubber stamp in your mind. Stamp cancel on any self-defeating image you place in your head, and begin to think in a self-enhancing way. Your ability to be a winner 100% of the time is based upon giving up the notion that losing at anything is equivalent to being a loser. A resolution to exercise or eat more nutritious foods is a step taking you back to the well-being from which you originated. It's not what is available or unavailable that determines your level of success and happiness. It's what you convince yourself is true. Everything that has happened had to happen. Everything that must happen cannot be stopped. There is a big difference between thinking, "I'm in a relationship and something's wrong. Therefore something must be wrong with the relationship," and thinking, "I'm in a relationship and we've got problems. This is evidence that you are different than me." Beginning today, make the decision to love and accept yourself just the way you are. Say your name followed by the words "I love you" and make this your daily mantra, repeating it often, especially during times of stress. Let it be your first thought upon arising and the last you think before falling asleep at night. This simple act of self-courtship can profoundly change your world. Try it for yourself and see. Make a personal decision to be in love with the most beautiful, exciting, worthy person ever, you. While eating your appetizer, don't be concerned with dessert. Tell me what you are for, and I will show you what is going to expand in a positive way. Tell me what you are against, and I can show you what is going to expand in a destructive way. Earth is heaven, or hell. Your choice. If you slip, it doesn't mean you're less valuable. It simply means that you have something to learn from slipping. Goal setting is fine if you want to be the warrior archetype. Try squeezing a handful of water, and see how quickly it disappears. But relax and let your hand flow in the same water, and you have the experience of the water as long as you like. A higher concept of yourself involves taking on new truths and shedding your old views of what you can achieve. This is the only way you can achieve your desires. It's all perfect, this universe we are in. Slow down and enjoy it all. Your reputation is none of your business. Research at the subatomic quantum level reveals an invisible connection between all particles and all members of a given species. This oneness is being demonstrated in remarkable scientific discoveries. The findings show that physical distance, what we think of as empty space, does not preclude a connection by invisible forces. Obviously there exist invisible connections between our thoughts and our actions. We do not deny this, even though the connection is impervious to our senses. If your message to the universe is gimme, 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 the universe's response back to that kind of mentality is exactly the same. The universe will say right back to you over and over again, gimme, gimme, gimme. If you shift that and you say to the universe, to the world, how may I serve? How may I serve? The universe's response back to you is how may I serve you? How may I serve you? Remember, in the beginning God created heaven and earth, and all that was created was good, so that anything that isn't good has come about because of your belief of mind, that you are separate from this divinity. You are not what you have. You are not what you do. You are not what others think of you. You are beloved. You are divine. You are a creation that is made into perfection. Simply be the qualities you seek in others. Work on what you support rather than fighting what you oppose. When you're feeling unwell, remember that the same power that actually made your body knows how to restore it to its original state of well-being. All you have to do is remove the obstacles erected by you and your toxic world, and allow this healing power to flow through you. The only antidote to anger is to eliminate the internal sentence, if only you were more like me. Be at ease, not dis-ease. You must attach yourself spiritually to what you have placed in your imagination as a future fact, and never allow anyone, anything, any circumstance, no matter how persuasive their case, to alter what you know to be your destiny. You are the beloved, you are the divine, you are a creation that is made into perfection. Who is the ultimate dreamer? Call it as you will, God, higher consciousness, Krishna, Spirit, whatever pleases you. One dream, one dreamer, billions of embodied characters acting out that one dream. Your true essence is that you are part and parcel of the one big dream. When you move into a spiritual approach to life, you begin to see yourself as connected to everyone and everything, and competition is replaced by something called cooperation. Faith is a way of going within and creating a sense of control over one's life at any given moment. When you grow up believing you are what you do, when you're done, you aren't. True love means you love a person for what they are, not for what you think they should be. Habits are changed by practicing new behaviors, and this is true for mental habits as well. You, a person with a vision, are like a pebble in a stream, moving ever outward to infinity, impacting on all who come into contact with the ripple. If you know with a complete absence of doubt that what you are doing is consistent with your own purpose and that you are involved in accomplishing a great affair, then you are at peace with yourself and in harmony with your own heroic mission. Generosity is a function of the heart, not the wallet. You'll never find light by analyzing the darkness. I have felt independent of the opinions of others in terms of whether or not I should or shouldn't be doing that. There's something that I allow to consult myself within myself rather than looking outside to see if this is right or not. My free will is a paradoxical partner of the power of intention. Often we use the word problem only because we have not learned that imagination and creativity can handle the situation. Discontinue deciding what anyone else should or shouldn't be doing. I'm convinced that some of our greatest and most influential teachers show up in our lives disguised as people we resent or even despise. If you don't feel fabulous, you have deviated from the path of who you really are. There are no justified resentments. If you want to be confident, but don't normally act that way, today, just this once, act in the physical world the way you believe a confident person would. It is impossible for me to waste my time in helping another person. When you squeeze an orange, you'll always get orange juice to come out. What comes out is what's inside. The same logic applies to you. When someone squeezes you, puts pressure on you, or says something unflattering or critical, and out of you comes anger, hatred, bitterness, tension, depression, or anxiety, that is what's inside. If love and joy are what you want to give and receive, change your life by changing what's inside. People treat us the way we teach them to treat us. You can set yourself as much as be sick, or you'll be able to select to remain properly. To be born again is to let the past go, and look without condemnation upon the present. When we are in fear, there is no room for love, and when we are in love, there is no room for fear. It is in the contemplation of what you desire that you create what it is you want for yourself. Critics hang around and wait for others to make mistakes. But the real doers of the world have not time for criticizing others. They are too busy doing, making mistakes, improving, making progress. You can't go around being what everyone wants you to be, living your life through other people's rules, and expect to be happy and have inner peace. The best way to win is to not need to. A positive mindset, not a doomsday mentality, supports being exceptional. Every victory accomplished with weapons is a funeral that should be mourned. If you are not generous when it's difficult, you will not be generous when it's easy. Generosity is a function of the heart, not the wallet. What you think about expands. If your thoughts are centered on what's missing, then what's missing, by definition, will have to expand. Enlightenment is your ego's greatest disappointment. Your lifetime in form is to be honored and celebrated. Go beyond your enslavement, and live fully in the now, as this is the only time you have. Treat yourself and others with kindness when you eat, exercise, play, work, love, and everything else. When you think, feel, and act kindly, you hasten your ability to connect to the power of intention. A mind that's open to everything means being peaceful, radiating love, practicing forgiveness, being generous, respecting all life, and most important, visualizing yourself as capable of doing anything that you can conceive of in your mind and heart. All the great teachers have left a similar message: go within, discover your invisible higher self and know God as the love that is within you. I have a suit in my closet with the pocket cut out. It's a reminder to me that I won't be taking anything with me. The last suit I wear won't need any pockets. When you trust in yourself, you are trusting in the same wisdom that created you. When you fail to trust in yourself, when you fail to love yourself, you are denying your own divinity, and therefore attracting the opposite of what the source is. Do I want to be right or be happy? What you think and do affects all other people. Have you ever noticed when you're in the presence of certain people that you feel better about yourself? Their compassionate energy has the noticeably pleasant impact of simply making you feel really good about yourself. You'll impact others with this energy of compassion as you develop your connection to intention. Go to sleep with visions of what you love. Let your dream vision marinate overnight. Wake up with your positive, hopeful thoughts in place, ready to guide you through a day in which you step ever closer to the life you dream of. You never need to defend yourself or your desires to anyone, as those inner feelings are spirit speaking to you. Those thoughts are sacred, so don't ever let anyone trample on them. You become what you think about all day long, and those days eventually become your lifetime. Give thanks for all that shows up in your life, including the stuff that you perceive to be negative, the things that you wish wouldn't have happened. Don't take anything for granted. When you trace a particle back to its origins, you find that it's nothing but pure energy. All of us come from this energy field. The ability to get to a higher level in our life means that we have to generate the energy to be able to do so, and generally, we do that by a fall. Spiritual advances are almost always preceded by a fall of one kind or another. We divide ourselves up into spirit and human, but essentially we are all a part of the same world. I have a sign on my door. I look at it every single day of the week. The sign says, "Attitude is everything, so pick a good one." You need a very strong internal knowing. For instance, when I sat down to write the book The Power of Intention, I had a very strong internal knowing that I call thinking from the end. Whatever the question, love is the answer. The unseen energy that was once in Shakespeare or Picasso or Galileo or any human form, is also available to all of us. That is because the spirit energy does not die, it simply changes form. By surrendering, you create an energy field of receptivity for the solution to appear. Resist the temptation to compare yourself to others. This is crucial in order to be able to manifest whatever you want. We are not a body with a soul, but a soul with a body. When the body dies, the soul returns to the source. Anger is a choice, as well as a habit. It is a learned reaction to frustration, in which you behave in ways that you would rather not. In fact, severe anger is a form of insanity. You are insane whenever you are not in control of your behavior. Therefore, when you are angry and out of control, you are temporarily insane. Quantum physics is teaching us that particles themselves don't create particles. It's what Jesus said 2,000 years ago, that it's the spirit that gives life and that you don't get particles from more particles. When you put a great big obstacle, your feeling of unworthiness, in front of a running stream, it's not like it's going to stop the flow of the divine force. The divine force will just go around your unworthiness and flow someplace else. Finally, if you still are growing, you reach the highest archetype, the archetype of the Spirit. This is the time when you finally realize what Jesus meant when he said, "You are in this world, but you are not of this world." You are not here as a human being having a spiritual experience, but the reverse is true, all of us here are spiritual beings having a human experience. I would model well-being by presenting myself as a high-energy person who loves what I am doing and who is thrilled to be able to offer books, tapes, and products designed to make people feel good. I would explain that they are in a store filled with this kind of energy and that creating such a space is exactly why I got into the business in the first place. If you want to feel good, then my store is the place you should visit on a regular basis. I would stay very informed about what's out there and make sure I carry many things with very high energy. Neither your family nor your culture gave you your personality. You created it yourself. It is impossible to need excuses when the focus of your life shifts from, "What's in it for me?" to, "How can I serve?" Self-actualizing people, highly functioning people who live at extraordinary levels of awareness, train their minds to focus on what they intend to create and what they intend to manifest, and they won't let anybody change their mind. If you could have magical binoculars that you could focus and look at the field of intention, you would see what the source of all things looks like. It's a source of love and kindness and beauty and creativity, and it's a source that excludes nothing, and it's a source of unlimited abundance. I didn't work hard for success. I worked hard because that's what is in me. I showed up in this world somehow knowing that you have to work hard. You can't just have a thought. You have to follow the thought through. We manifest from spirit. When spirit begins to rule in our lives, we can literally manifest or attract to us everything that we perceive to be missing. That's really the essence of it. I always had the thought I could attract abundance. A mind virus is different in that there is no form to it. These are ideas placed in our heads when we are little. We get programmed by well-meaning people like our parents and their parents, our culture, religions and schools. We get conditioned to believe in our limitations and what's not possible. One of the important principles I live by is the idea that you have to contemplate yourself as surrounded by the conditions you intend to produce. Not only are we going to shift in our own lives, away from always trying to identify ourselves on the basis of what we have, what we do, and who we are better than, and so on, but shift into more reaching out, more service, more kindness, more living the virtues that Lao Tzu spoke about 2,500 years ago. We are all individualized expressions of God, of oneness. But we do have personality differences. Everyone who has had more than one child knows that they come in with personalities. The moment they come in, some come in screaming, some sleep through that first night and stay peaceful the rest of their lives. You see the differences. Abraham Maslow taught me that when you're working with a patient, never let them spend more than a few moments on the problem, because what you think about is what expands. And if they're talking about the problem all the time, when they leave your session, the problem will expand. Get them to put their attention on what they intend to create, or on solutions. Anytime you have a thought, for example, that excludes someone, if you have a religion that excludes someone, then you've really left God behind, and you've really left your source energy behind. If you subscribe to the notion of God as being separate from you, then you will always be lost, because you can't even trust in your own untrustworthiness. But even technical work filled with formulas can be valuable and important. Einstein offered a lot of technical work on quantum physics, which mostly eludes me. I refer to his work, and I have studied it, but I am not a physicist. But look at Einstein's simple statement that the most important decision you ever will make is the decision whether you live in a friendly universe or a hostile universe. You don't have to have more in order to be happy. I really believe that God builds all the bridges, writes all the books, and delivers all the speeches. When I say God, again, I mean that source we all come from, we all are pieces of, and we all are connected to. Always had the thought I could attract abundance. When I wrote the book Your Erroneous Zones back in the 70s, I absolutely knew the book was going to do well, but it wasn't a goal at all. I just went out there and started doing something I really loved. I think the most common meme is that it's too difficult to change. It's too risky to change. My nature doesn't allow me to change. When you're thinking that, you're not understanding what your nature is. All of us come from this place of well-being, love, and kindness. But we've taken on these other things, and we think that they're our nature. Our nature really is to be like God. The law of flying was not discovered by the contemplation of things staying on the ground. I've always been a generous and a kind person and so on, but never, ever have I experienced that kind of love. The world just looked different to me and still does. Patanjali said that when you are steadfast in your abstention of thoughts of harm directed toward yourself and others, all living creatures will cease to feel fear in your presence. Steadfast means you never slip. I think my mission is to support people in being steadfast in not having thoughts of harm, thoughts of judgment, worry, or hatred, directed toward themselves or others. We shouldn't want things and we should be satisfied with no thing. Furthermore, we don't deserve whatever we would like to have in our lives because we think we have been bad, we feel insufficient, or somebody else has convinced us that we're not worthy. The essential message of my life is that all of us have the capacity to attract to ourselves what seems to be missing in our lives. Whether it's a healing, a relationship, a promotion, or whatever form of abundance you want to manifest in your life, you have much more power to be able to manifest it than you might think. Everything that is fear cannot be love, and everything that is love cannot be fear. My goodness, there's nothing that feels better than to meditate, than to get quiet, and then to be at peace, and to tell someone you love them. When you connect to your source, you can create anything you'd like to have in your life. What it takes to reach this place I'm speaking about is to be in spirit. You shift who you are away from what you have, what you do, what your reputation is, what people think of you, and all of that ego-based thinking. You shift into the understanding that who you are is a piece of God, who you are is a piece of the source, and when you stay connected to that in your thoughts you inspire others to do the same. If you're not aligned with God, it's hard to recognize yourself as being of God. The way that you get aligned with God is by being like God, being like Source, being like energy. That means understanding how God works. If you have a thought of hate, imagine a source that is responsible for creating everything in the universe that's operating on hate. It wouldn't create things that it hated. The ultimate ignorance is the rejection of something you know nothing about, yet refuse to investigate. If you want to be a voice for peace in the world, begin by making peace a permanent condition of your own life. The universe provides abundantly when you're in a state of gratefulness. Don't pole vault over mouse turds. Everything you do is based on the choices you make. It's not your parents, your past relationships, your job, the economy, the weather, an argument, or your age that is to blame. You and only you are responsible for every decision and choice you make. Period. You get world peace through inner peace. If you've got a world full of people who have inner peace, then you have a peaceful world. Begin practicing the intention to be authentic, peaceful with everyone. The biggest questions that always have perplexed me are, where do I come from? And where am I going? Whatever your plan, you never invest your own self-worth in its ultimate success or failure. Fear of failure becomes fear of success for those who never try anything new. If you are thinking about, talking about, and spending energy on what is missing in your life, what is wrong, what you don't like, or what always has been, then you are going to continue to attract those things into your life. We become what we think about. Send out judgment and low energy, and that is what you'll attract back. Remember, when you judge another, you do not define them, you define yourself as someone who needs to judge. The same applies to judgments directed at you. Forgiveness is the most powerful thing you can do for yourself on the spiritual path. When you seek happiness for yourself, it will always elude you. When you seek happiness for others, you will find it yourself. You don't get what you want. You get what you are. You have exactly the right amount of smarts to accomplish all that you need and want to do while you're here on Earth. It's all perfect, and so are you. You are in a partnership with all other human beings, not a contest to be judged better than some and worse than others. Present moment living, getting in touch with your now, is at the heart of effective living. When you think about it, there really is no other moment you can live. Now is all there is, and the future is just another present moment to live when it arrives. Authentic empowerment is the knowing that you are on purpose, doing God's work, peacefully and harmoniously. Relationships based on obligation lack dignity. What comes out of you when you are squeezed is what is inside of you. Be a student by staying open and willing to learn from everyone and anyone. Love creates new form, changes matter, and holds the cosmos together beyond time and space. It's in every one of us. It's what God is. You are a creature of divine love connected at all times to Source. Divine love is when you see God in everyone and everything you encounter. As a holistic being, you shatter the illusion of your separateness and reveal your connection to everything. This empowers you in a way that the ego-driven self could never contemplate. The activity of worrying keeps you immobilized. Transformation literally means going beyond your form. Each place along the way is somewhere you had to be in order to be here. If you're always in a hurry, always trying to get ahead of the other guy, or someone else's performance is what motivates you, then that person is in control of you. In order to attract and maintain romantic and spiritual partnerships, you must be what it is that you're seeking. That is, you always need to put forth what you want to attract. If you have anything in your heart other than love, you've got to get it out. Without exception, begin every day of your life with gratitude. By giving children lots of affection, you can help fill them with love and acceptance of themselves. Then that's what they will have to give away. The child in you, like all children, loves to laugh, to be around people who can laugh at themselves and life. Children instinctively know that the more laughter we have in our lives, the better. When the choice is to be right or to be kind, always make the choice that brings peace. The tendency is to blame boredom on the environment. This town is really dull, or what a boring speaker. The particular town or speaker is never dull, it is you experiencing the boredom, and you can eliminate it by doing something else with your mind or energy at that moment. Once you see a child's self-image begin to improve, you will see significant gains in achievement areas, but even more important, you will see a child who is beginning to enjoy life more. Would I rather be right, or would I rather be kind? During any moment in which you're experiencing thoughts that make you feel sick or bad, do your best to change them to thoughts that support the idea of feeling good. Refuse to talk about disease, and work to activate thoughts that predict recovery and overall well-being. You're only lonely if you don't like the person you are alone with. It's only a thought, and a thought can be changed. Choose good ones. Every single person who's drifted in and out of your life is a part of your divinely chosen experience. So, give thanks for all of these people, and take serious note of what they brought you. Motivation is when you get hold of an idea and carry it through to its conclusion. And inspiration is when an idea gets hold of you and carries you where you are intended to go. Our intention creates our reality. Those who behave in ways that displease you are sending out their disharmony toward you because that is what they have to give away. Hating them is akin to hating moss for growing on a tree. Life is never boring, but some people choose to be bored. The concept of boredom entails an inability to use up present moments in a personally fulfilling way. Boredom is a choice, something you visit upon yourself, and it is another of those self-defeating items that you can eliminate from your life. When you are able to shift your inner awareness to how you can serve others, and when you make this the central focus of your life, you will then be in a position to know true miracles in your progress toward prosperity. Infinite patience brings immediate results. You can light up the whole world by giving without any expectation back. Change your inner thoughts to the higher frequencies of love, harmony, kindness, peace, and joy, and you'll attract more of the same. Releasing guilt is like removing a huge weight from your shoulders. Guilt is released through the empowering thought of love and respect for yourself. Let go of standards of perfection and refuse to use up the precious currency of your life, the now, with thoughts that continue to frustrate and weaken you. Instead, vow to be better than you used to be, which is the true test of nobility. You are a holistic being with both non-dualistic energy and the energy of the physical plane as a part of your being at your disposal.